Hello, everybody. How we doing today? How you doing? Oh, damn! I just noticed that if you're a member on YouTube, your name in the YouTube chat gets like bolded and like a highlighted as a different color. That's pretty cool. I didn't notice the name change. I just or does that indicate someone's a new member? No. Okay. Hello, lot of apples. Hello, salmon moose. Hello, Erica. Hello, trans girl Jade. Hello, KBS. Hello, Gamer G. Hey, Malachi. I have to. I'm sorry you have to get off soon. Hey, trans girl Jade. I don't know if I said hello to you yet. Um, KBS. Someone stole $300,000 worth of magic cards. Hello, everybody. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Natalie Lush. Did you ever get to schedule a meeting with Kenny? No. Life has been too much over the last couple days for me to actually respond to anybody on anything. Hey. Palette of sealed packs. Yeah. You'll take two? Hell yeah. You doing okay? I am not doing okay. I'm doing the opposite of that. Kenny as in asset Jesus? I don't know who that means. Well, what that means. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, and it's probably not going to be something I'm terribly interested in talking about on like Twitter or anything, but my mom has had diabetes for like 30 years, and her kidneys are going, and she needs a transplant in the near future. And on Friday, she was told her kidneys have like 6 months tops. Uh, and she asked me for one of my kidneys possibly, or at least to consider it. And like, that's a really hard thing on multiple levels. It's hard to see your mom just cry. Um, it's hard to consider like giving up an organ. You know. And I don't even know if like my kidneys are good to donate. I still don't have the information that I need to like take next steps on that. My mom needs to send me the phone number for the clinic. I need to call. Um, but then like there's all the other stuff. Like if I do go through with donating a kidney, like I won't be able to stream for like you know at least a few weeks. Um, and on top of that, my mom and I were talking while bringing my dog to the groomers because she has a bunch of matted fur. She just needs a trim. And we got to the groomer, and first of all, she needed help to get into the car, the dog. And we got to the groomer, and I took her inside, and she fell out of the car. Like while getting out of the car, like she wasn't able to get out of it properly, and like got tangled in the seat belt, and like it was really difficult and hard. And then we got in there, and she couldn't stand up properly, and also had been losing weight. Uh, and So the groomer actually didn't feel comfortable grooming the dog. So instead, we took her to the vet to get her checked out, and she fell out of the car again. Um, And so we took her in and found out that she had lost over 10% of her body weight over the last month. Um, and we got her an ultrasound, but no, no obvious cancerous tumors or anything. But they took a blood sample. They couldn't get a pee sample out of her, so neither of my parents can bend over to get a pee sample from the dog. So I took the dog, um, and yeah, they don't know what's wrong with her yet. They're gonna get some test results back tomorrow. Um, but yeah, it's not good when your little furry friend loses over 10% of their body weight over the course of like a month and a half, you know. She an older dog? Yeah, she's 11 years old. Um and I've been trying to feed her a lot of yummy snacks and food. Um but she also has been having trouble uh holding in her poops. And I'm hoping that's just because I'm feeding her a different food and snacks than her system is used to. But she's pooped on my floors 4 times now, and a lot of it's diarrhea. And all of this happened during a weekend where I was supposed to be spending my time with Clarice, and it just made everything so much harder on our anniversary. And yeah, um, it's been a bad couple of days. Yeah, KBS. I'm not sure how far down the road she is. I believe she is now a qualified recipient, but we didn't have too much time to go over it because she was crying pretty hard. It's a lot all at once. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not taking it very well. Today I was mostly in bed all day. Got out of bed to do some work and to take this dog out. Um, and you'll probably see she'll come up and poke me probably in like an hour or two, and I'll need to take her out. Um, but yeah, it's really hard. Like with my mom, it's a bit easier, weirdly, because like I can be like, well, I can do something about that feasibly, you know. I can't do anything about my dog, and she means a lot to me. She was the first creature on this planet that knew that I was trans. And she's a dog. She doesn't really know what that means, but meant a lot to me to be able to tell some some living creature. I'm having a really hard time. She's not gone. She's actually right there. You little buddy. I'm trying not to move her around too much cuz her back legs are still having problems. She's very low on energy. Are you sure you are able to stream? Well, the alternative was that I just play Baldur's Gate all by myself. And well, I definitely could do that. I figured since all of my other plans, because I was also supposed to go over to Clarice's place and like at least have like a night. Like I was supposed to bring the dog back to my parents' house today, but they asked me to watch her until tomorrow. So I literally none of the plans that I wanted to do this weekend were really doable. Um, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Just because.
Hello. Hello, hello. Also, thank you very much for gifting 2 tier 1 subs, KBS. I appreciate that. Ooh. Oh,
Hang in
Malachi.
there, my friend. So much I'd like to do, but it's all I can.
Tier 2 sub is very generous. Thank you very, very much. Hey, non-binary superpowers. Also, hello, Zesifer, over in YouTube chat. I'm sorry that you have gone through something very similar recently. I really love your top. It's a good top. It's the top that chat affectionately refers to as my Velma top. Um, I just needed something comfy today. I've been trying to keep it cold in here. More so even than usual, just because I was wondering if maybe part of like her weakness was like due to like overheating because it's been hotter this summer. So, does it remind people of Velma? It does indeed. All right. How y'all doing? Oh, hey.
So very sorry to hear, Jack. Hearing what you and your loved ones are going through broke my heart. We love you.
Yeah, honestly, I've been like trying to figure out like, and this is probably the autism, right? I've been trying to figure out like, is it normal to be upset like this? And I think the answer is yes. But yeah. Oh, did you get up all by yourself to come over here? Yeah. I... Every 5 subs, I'm gonna give her a treat because she deserves them. Yesterday was hot and humid. Yeah. Very autistic. Yeah. Yeah. She's not stood up to come over for a bit, so this is nice. Unfortunately, she has to sleep in the bathroom because when I'm not awake, I can't take you out. And you can't wake me up fast enough. That's what we've learned. Yeah, she's a big time sweetie. Got my diagnosis. I was devastated. Yeah. Hey, no look at Flash. How you doing? Also, since we couldn't go to the groomer, I've just been cutting hair mats out of her myself, so she's hopefully feeling a little bit better from that. I know those aren't fun for you to put up with either. Yeah, she's my buddy.
All the love and support for you, Jack. I don't know what else to say, but you'll get through it and lean on your partner.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, GamerG. That's really, really kind of you. Holy shit.
Hey, this is the type of news that makes a person tend to neglect themselves to be concerned with others. Remember, you can't do much if you're on empty. Take care of yourself too. BWA is self-care.
Thanks a lot, Paladin. Yeah. And you're 100% right. It's mostly just I tend to, when things are bad, try to make them my fault. You know? Like, and there's no way like my mom's like kidney problems or like my dog being 11 years old and maybe hitting her time to go over the the Rainbow Road. I know those aren't my fault. But if I can make them my fault, then maybe I can fix them, you know?
Treats for pupper boo woo 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 boo woo woo boo.
Oh, text to speech going hand tonight. She takes them so nicely. I know I shouldn't do that. It's the same way that like, I go to therapy and I talk about it and I've been working on it for a while. It's just I have been getting better about it. It's mostly just when things get really really bad in my head, it's like the one of the go-to coping mechanisms. I have 2 coping mechanisms primarily, and one is blaming myself because if it's my fault, I can fix it, and 2 is just workaholism. Workaholism. Just throwing myself into work and just not thinking about myself at all. LB, she's not doing okay. She hasn't been eating very much, and she lost like 10% of her body weight over the course of like a month and a half. And so I'm just trying to feed her as much as I can, and she doesn't seem to want to eat her normal dog food. So I tried getting her like this wet like dog stew type thing from Science Diet, and she will eat that, but then I think the stew is giving her massive diarrhea, or whatever else might be wrong with her is giving her massive diarrhea. So yeah. And then Paladin gifted you 6 treats. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you need to go outside? Okay. She needs to go outside. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Uh, Sorry that took a hot minute. I can't believe we've been live for an hour, almost. Howdy. Yeah, she has a hard time walking outside. Uh, she's very low energy. You know, usually dogs tend to run ahead or walk beside you, but like she's been trailing behind when we go outside a lot. Um, but she does have more energy today than she did yesterday, seemingly, so that's good. Um, Also, how does my audio sound? I put together some quick compressor settings for my microphone. Um, the audio should be maybe a bit different than usual, but should be overall better. You sound like Jack, but sniffly. That's true. Sounds fine. Sounds perfect. Sounds good. Okay. I just saw some people in the YouTube comments talking about my audio volume, so I do want to try and fix these problems with the audio. It's just I lack the expertise, and I tried to implement a sound gate so that I can actually have my microphone at a higher sensitivity, and also put in a compression gate, so that should help a bit. Maybe. Author, poet, Birdman, hello to you as well over in Twitch chat. What a stream, huh? You'd need a low or high pass filter. I don't know what that means. Louder, definitely. As long as it's louder without me being like, breaking the microphone. That's what I really cared about. And as long as you're not getting like weird low-level sounds in the background. Like if I don't talk, do you guys hear like low-level background sound? I hear a bit of clipping if you're loud. Ah! See, you shouldn't be hearing clipping. Cuz it's not going into the red zone on my mic. And No, it's okay. I was asking for feedback that time. I'm not an audio nerd. I'll talk with I'll talk with Matatiahu, who kindly reached out to me. I'll do that at some point when I have the spoons for it. Louder with Gardner. Also, I found a couple. I found a couple new analog horror stuff for us to look at sometime. So I found a channel called Vintage 8 that seems to have a few different analog horror series on it. One's called the Tangi virus. Another one's called The Children Under the House. Another one is called A New Home to Mr. Barrington. And then the other one that I found out is actually made by Linkara. Like YouTube aristocracy Linkara did an analog horror series called Winter of '83. Hey, Lefty McLefterson. So we can watch that. Hey. Now the tangy. There's a G in there. You silly gooses. So, just letting you know, those are on the table in the future, along with the Mandela catalog, because honestly, that's probably going to be the shit that sticks with all of us the most. Just based on what I know about it. There you go. Okay. So I don't know. What do we want to like listen to like some brain rot while we like I don't know. Some brain rot while we do Baldur's Gate. I don't know. Playing with my all lesbian Baldur's Gate 3 party right now. Hell yeah, offensive wizard. While I eat great ice cream. Ice cream. You know, have any of you ever thought about the fact that when you say ice cream without proper pronunciation, it comes out as ice cream? Like the G, the C turns into a G. You know, it really makes you think. I cream, yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 truly reflects my D&D experience in that everyone is a bisexual murder hobo with massive issues. Yeah, true. I don't know. Do you want brain rot with the Baldur's Gate, or do you want Baldur's Gate just on its own? What do you want, chat? You want it with the brain rot? Okay. LB, thank you for the $5 dono.
I'm not gonna make a joke this time, just wanna support. Just kidding, be wah ha 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 ha.
Okay, but how about before the brain rot, we listen to the Majority Report being like incredibly based. And honestly, the longer we go on into this political cycle, the more I appreciate the Majority Report for always being on the right side of history.
My name is Malika. I'm calling from Raleigh, North Carolina. And I basically want to talk, this is my first time calling. I am currently a trans teenager. I'm 19. And I wanted to talk, the impetus is that I heard some people, I'll just use initials AK and BB, talking about the same thing you heard in 2016 that the left...
Oh look, it's Anna Kasparian and Ben Burgess being called out yet again. I would argue deservedly so.
Was obsessed with quote-unquote boutique issues like pronouns and bathrooms, and that's why Hillary lost. But we're seeing the same kind of talking points come where they're saying, why aren't we talking about economic concerns and material concerns as juxtaposed to cultural issues like trans issues and abortion, etc. And basically, I wanted to say that as a trans teenager, one, we're not really being listened to. Every coverage of trans people that goes to like on mainstream media, etc., the only coverage that actually features the voices of trans kids, like the one thing that comes to mind is actually the Fox News story where they covered that
Joke's on you. I'm using this time to look for brain rot.
family from California, I believe. And every time you see CNN talk about Dylan Mulvaney and all of these topics, and there's not a single trans person ever on any of these panels. And so the actual concerns of trans people, I'm concerned. We have an election coming up in 2024 where we have a fire and brimstone preacher, Mark Robinson, and I'm concerned that my access to healthcare will be banned because they're proposing like under 21 or something.
Of course.
That healthcare will be.
That's happening in other states for adults. They're trying to ban. I forget exactly which state it is. Bradley, maybe you could look that up. But like, which was it? Florida that restricted gender affirming care for adults too?
It was Florida. It was Florida that like said that nurse practitioners could not issue care. And so since when is healthcare a boutique issue, first of all? And also like the response from like the Democrats and mainstream media has been like, oh, well, like just let trans kids deal with it in accordance with their parents. And at least from my experience, trans kids want a lot of this care regardless of whether they have an accepting home, because I am also Black, and so my home hasn't always been the most accepting for trans healthcare. I had to go back into the closet, and there are people currently trying to out trans students, and so all of these things have such direct impact on like my life, and I feel like there is no space anywhere for any trans kid who has actually gone through the experience of living in children's healthcare to actually talk about the issues facing us in a way that talks about homelessness. 40% of the homeless population is LGBTQ, and talking about healthcare and talking about job discrimination. Like, yeah, we have Bostock, but how tenuous is that when Lori Smith can discriminate on a hypothetical website that she never intends on creating?
Yeah, I mean, just the nature of when you say boutique issue, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I mean, because an issue is, well, I mean, just to address it more generally, if an issue is about a minority group's healthcare, you could call that boutique. I mean, I would say that's fairly right-wing framing, but what it really is it's an issue set for a minority. And like, we said this before, but to cave to what the majority wants or what the majority is comfortable with as it relates to trans healthcare, to put those issues aside, is to essentially cave to a majoritarian impulse, which puts issues that are specific to a minority group to the side as boutique and says, well, we're not going to address that really in general. But that's the very nature of an issue that's about minorities, which trans people are a minority in this country.
I would reframe it and turn it back on those people, though, because the actual like cultural BS is that people shouldn't get distracted on is things like birthing person, and the material things that people should keep their eye on includes abortion care and includes trans care, because those are just a subset of health care. And what are we after? Universal health care. And you don't have universal, and so the idea that people can't be trusted generally with universal health care, the state to provide them health care, is the same idea, just more particular when you say women can't be trusted to get abortion services, or trans people can't be trusted to pursue trans healthcare. So it is not like, I agree that you need to focus on material things. The people that are doing that and focusing on bullshit are the ones not following their own advice.
And you know, the argument too that and I've heard this same argument, Moika, that that in some way that it is inhibiting the ability of Democrats to achieve, reforms that would provide material benefit for people, to be sidetracked by this. There is absolutely no support. It's the exact same argument, frankly, that we heard from, it was Hillary Clinton was one of the major espousers of this in 2004, that we should back off abortion rights. because it is inhibiting the ability of Democrats to attract people, and it is and we should say abortion rights were considered more secure than the rights of trans people at this time. So it was more, it's even less tenuous. And what it did is it softened up the ground for what we ended up seeing with the Supreme Court. It also did not attract any voters whatsoever. And we now know that when you have an issue where the American public is, is supportive, and even if the American public is not supportive of every single sort of like element of trans rights, the fact is the American public does not think this is an issue. And if the Democrats, if the argument that we hear from different quarters on the left of center is that fighting and defending trans people's rights is inhibiting Democratic getting elected, I would argue that, in fact, on the contrary, the more Republicans attack trans people, the more this is a winning issue for Democrats, at least in the context of national elections. I mean, in deep red states, and North Carolina, is not one, but there is certainly, huge sort of red elements there. We're going to see trans rights trampled and attacked, and trans people, both eliminationist rhetoric and, actions. But in terms of like what the federal government can do down the road and in changing people's minds about this, pressing the point, I think is helpful for Democrats,
Yes.
On a national level.
To Sam's point, too, there has not been any empirical evidence that shows that advocating for trans rights hurts Democrats electorally. In fact, it's been the opposite. That's what the 2022 midterm show. So if you're still making that claim without that empirical evidence, that kind of just lends credence to accusations that it's really just you that has the problem with trans people, not generally what your read is on the population. And so it's not a boutique issue to focus on trans healthcare, because gender affirming care is healthcare in and of itself. And it's a false notion that you can separate the care and the emancipation of minority groups from other, material, class-based political issues. If we could live in that reality and you can segment it like that, maybe you'd have an argument. But like, we live in reality as opposed to something that's more like working backwards from your discomfort with trans people and then making a political argument based on that.
All that said, Moika, none of this, the broader political implications don't necessarily help your situation. And, I'm sorry that you're dealing with this sort of the stress about, whether you're going to be able to get health care over the course of the next couple of years. Hang in there. I can't imagine that it's been an easy road for you.
Yeah, thank you. And I am fortunate enough to where I have had at least one supporting parent who has given me the ability to transition, and like all of my friends at school, and they were really losing us because like nobody has an issue with me like using the women's bathroom, and nobody has ever made this apparent to me, like no professors, no teachers, no like random people. Like the only time I've ever gotten somebody to say something is when I've actually used the men's restroom one time. And so it's really just disconnected. It strikes me as disconnected that I'm supposed to distrust my entire lived experience as a girl to like appease the narrative that like, there are like a lot of concerned parents that have issues over this, when I don't see any evidence of that anywhere.
That's
and it's
code.
entirely
That's code color. I'm sure you know this, but I mean, that's when people say like, "Oh, you're you're grooming the kids against the parents' wishes." What that is code for is you aren't telling the probably bigot parents that their kid is going by they them now instead of he him. Like that. That's the parents element to it.
If you don't mind me asking, were you able to access care easily as a teenager?
I like that Sam's camera has completely frozen for some reason. On this amazing,
so-
amazing freeze frame.
It wasn't easy as a teenager. In fact, there was like a wait list of like at least a good half a year just to like get a consultation for like the potentials of care. That was a half a year, and then you had to go through. I had already
like,
been
Emma's
talking
still
with a
moving.
therapist for upwards of 3 years, and so I had to get an official letter from my therapist, multiple of them, a psychiatrist, and it was all a lot of like annoying procedural hurdles that I had to navigate at like 17. So like that's already an
True Gamer G. If I ever fixed my audio fully, you guys would think that I'd gone full far right. Okay.
issue. And then additionally, I like once I actually got there, they were just they applied the affirmative care model because I've gone through all of this.
We lost Sam.
Tell me that I am not trans. Like that seems absurd. Like
Sam does look
like
a little bit like that badly restored Jesus painting.
A consultation is now being used to say that like everybody is transitioning, when I have friends who grew up and they quote unquote desisted and stopped identifying as trans and started living as their gender assigned at birth, and they never had any issues with trans people getting transition health care. And so desistance is in fact proof that the system, the affirmative care model, is working, that people who aren't really trans aren't getting trans health care. But in fact, a lot of people that are trans are being restricted from getting this health care, and that is the harm that is being caused.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I am sure there are, undoubtedly, there are cases.
Good question, Lefty McLefterson.
People have regret, but that is the case with everything, frankly. Like any type of like public health or personal health decisions, it is always a cost-benefit analysis. There is no procedure that is ever 100% safe. And there is, and you could apply that to, individuals as well, insofar as like, the cost associated with making it impossible for trans youth to get care is undoubtedly greater than the opposite situation. I mean, it's just really that simple. Really,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Last
Koopa
thing
Shell.
is just that I want to take the moment to say that, like, yes, like the whole trans healthcare saved my life. It's not a fiction. Like, trans healthcare very materially has benefited me and everybody I know to have received healthcare. Like, and I probably know more trans people as a trans person than
Trans people.
everyone who has talked about this issue. Like, a lot of people are forced to talk
All my
about this
friends
issue
love
and
trans
they
people.
have no connection to it.
Right.
And trans healthcare is unequivocally like one of the
Just real talk. Like, if you have a friend who doesn't love trans people, it should be considered just as big of a red flag as if you had a friend who doesn't love black people. I think that if you have someone who's just like, yeah, categorically, this entire like minority group, I dislike them. Major red flag. They're telling you who they are. you don't got to be friends with that person. You don't actually have to be friends with someone like that. I don't know who needs to hear that, but you don't need that person in your life.
Best things that could have happened to me, and I've never been happier with my life living as a trans girl than when I was living in a closet. And in fact, I have more regret about the time I was convinced that being trans was going to be too much. There was a time where I thought that being trans wasn't worth it, and those are the times that I have regretted not living in my truth sooner.
Canadians, look, Canadians are fine. The real issue is not Canadians. It's the Quebecois, okay? It's the French, okay? Everyone has a free pass to hate on the French and their colonial ways, okay? And also, to a slightly lesser degree, the British. And also, Americans. But since a lot of us live in America, we gotta make do with what we got, okay? Pillow Raid, hello. How you doing, pillowers? What? I don't know the Pillow Raiders well enough to make the uncouth joke that came into my head. Hello, folks. Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid over on the YouTube. Hope you guys had a lovely stream that you came from. And, hi. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And, make a joke. Make the joke? Oh, the joke was just... What do I call you guys? Do I call you guys the pillow biters? What There you go. I made the joke. Okay. It was the association between pillows and pillow biting. All right. There we go. Got it out of my system. The bedheads. Okay. Yeah, we do have a site chat. Riverboat.gg. Also, if you guys don't know me, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and today I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate. But chat the mended brain rot first. So, we're doing brain rot. Also, I'm having a really rough time, so if any of you guys sass me, I'm gonna sass you back 10,000 times harder. What happens if I don't like trans people? Do I need to put a red flag on myself? No, everyone else can see the red flag. It's okay. You've already put it on by default. I'm just saying, you're already flying the flag. Other people should take note of that flag. Let's see, the Budheads. The Buttheads? My goodness, that's so rude. So ruder. That's even ruder than my statement. I try to only hate the center and the right. That's okay. Political ideology is a choice. Minority status, not so much. No offense to Pillow, because I love his content, but I also love Jack's content. Well, that's because we are both excellent content creators. That would be why. Hello, A-Pillow. How you doing? We're going to finish up this clip from Majority Report because it's not brain rot. And then I'm going to feed you guys pure brain rot.
And so to anybody else out there, I just want you to know that it is always worth it.
Hey, Bennifer the Potato.
As your trans self, if you happen to be trans, or live as whoever you are. And
white names chat. Ready your weapons.
So seemingly polarizing in online spaces, not really in real life, but in online spaces, it's just mind-boggling to me.
Well, I appreciate your calling in, and I'm glad that
hey, Dark Canuck,
you're doing well, at least in the context of decisions you've made and being able.
Am I white? You are white.
Your life in a way that makes you happy, and hang in there. It may get rougher in the short term, but I think ultimately we're going to get back to a place where the type of hate and obstacles that are being put in the way of
Sam is such a class act,
particularly trans youth. but trans people broadly, I think, is going to go.
Good night, a pillow.
But hang in there. Really
Get good
admire,
sleep.
Your
Hey, prancing
perseverance
goldfish.
and your attitude towards this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Keep
you.
doing the great.
All right, bye-bye. Impressive. To have to sort of like on top of.
Hey, very
just
knifey duck.
the
We missed
difficulty
you.
of being a teenager.
Yeah.
To have to navigate this stuff.
Sam is definitely beekeeping age. I don't know what that
Apologies for
means.
My camera freezing. I had my device and I updated my computer and now it's gone. So I got to reinstall that.
Yeah.
All right.
Aw, poor Sam. All right, time for the brain rot. I've held out on you guys too long. I apologize. Here are the things that I collected for you guys.
We are live.
That's right. That's right. All of the brain rot at once.
Some people believe that our community should
announce
separate
before the
LGBT
show
from
begins.
TQ, essentially
JK.
dividing us.
JK. We're not watching it all at once. That'd be silly. Everything changes, though, on August 8th, according to Steven Crowder. Everything changes. It's time. Look, in 2 days. It's only 2 days. Everything changes. Trans Girl Jade.
White name genocide and Trito for doggo.
I would give that dog another treat, but the last treat I gave her a little bit ago, she, like, put in her mouth and then just put gently on the floor. So I don't think she wants any more treats at the moment, but thank you very much for the gifted sub to Benifer the Potato. All right, let's find out what's going on. What is changing?
You know, the left is right now crazier than anybody on Earth has ever been. They're weaponizing stupidity and mental illness against the vast middle.
I think cowardice has spread under our rulers for far too long.
How is that legal? If they really are coming for your kids, I know what a lot of you are thinking. The free show, the YouTube show.
Haha, get it? Get it? He's you know, jokingly calling for the execution of queer people. Ha 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 ha.
What you see on Rumble does.
Wait, realize the date? Oh, do you think he would be? Do you think he would? 88, like August 8th is 888. Do you think that that's like just a coincidence? It could be very much intentional. I never pegged, I pegged Steven for a lot of things. I didn't peg him for like a neo-Nazi. But maybe that's me. Maybe that's my bad. Maybe I just kind of like thought he was just a virulent, horrible racist but like drew the line at like fascism, actually that's not true. I knew he was a fascist as well. I just didn't think he would align neatly with the type of fascist that would do the Hail Hitler like numerology. Peg him. No thank you. Not for all of the money in his coffers, which is about to be much less after his divorce.
Doesn't exist. If not for you, the Mug Club Army. We're not coming.
Wait,
what you see.
the re-platforming begins? God, this is a terrible trailer. Also, I'm not gonna lie. This font, this is almost illegible in like the context of this trailer. Just try and read this.
The free show, the YouTube show, what you see on Rumble doesn't exist. If not for you,
Just
the Mug
so
Club
many
Army.
shit
We're not coming
effects on
back
it.
To play nice. We're coming back to take over. Big changes, actually. Some things we're really excited about in August.
I think things are changing so rapidly right now. I mean, I don't even know what the media is anymore.
The Weather Channel is what people trust at this point. That shows you how f***ed up this country is.
Listen up, boys and girls. Imagine the founding fathers looking down and going, what the f*** are you people doing?
It's the corporate horseshit. Like, I don't buy it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all money.
very valuable skill set is recognizing the minds who can change or people who've been influenced by evil versus those who perpetuate evil on others.
You got to get in the face of these people and just hammer these people and say, this is pure crap.
I will not go quietly. I will not sit here and be a good girl. You.
God be with you. All right, guys, this is it.
Hold on to your butts.
This was actually deeply embarrassing. This is deeply embarrassing. Like, man, Steven Crowder like fell off so hard in like the last year or so. He's really making his own Daily Wire. He's not even making his own Daily Wire. He's just going to Rumble. He's just moving his channel over to Rumble, and I really like that he's attempting to rebrand this as like, oh, this is a stellar business move. And like the reality is, like, you're like cutting your audience in like more than half. Like, I don't know. He has a lot of followers on Rumble for, you know, Rumble, but like compared to YouTube, where he has like a couple million people who follow him, 5 million maybe. The trailer mentions other shows. Yeah, but they're all networked on Rumble. It's not like its own standalone website, as far as I can tell. I think he's bringing other people into his Rumble network, and it's the first Rumble network on the site. So he was kicked off YouTube finally, pretty much, you know, like he found out he couldn't just call trans people and other like queer folk like, you know, the F slur, and he got real upset. Honestly, no matter how you try and spin it, this is an unambiguous W for the left. But like the thing is, the Daily Wire has their own standalone thing going on. The Daily Wire has like YouTube channels with millions of followers. This is gonna get like a fraction of that because it's on Rumble, and no one gives a shit about Rumble except for conservatives. They're creating their own self-contained ecosystem, and as far as I'm concerned, that's great. Stay over there, and limit your exposure to new audiences. I'm very excited about this. Most views on Rumble are fake, probably. Somebody suggested that I start streaming on Rumble. And honestly, maybe I will. We could maybe get some good debate content farmed out of Rumble. Didn't say it was going to be an effective Daily Wire competitor? Okay, fair. But of course, there's more than that. So, he's put out just a number of different videos over like the last week. Trying to hype up this shift over to Rumble, and here's one of the other ones. So it begins.
There's this right-wing blowhard named Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder, despicable guy.
Steven Crowder, who shall be referred to as Steven Cowarder.
Not only is he extremely misogynistic and sexist, he's also homophobic.
He's a disgusting garbage human being. Has been his brand from the very beginning.
By the way, I love that he's trying to spin this as like, haha, I have owned the libs, and it's just like people accurately pointing out that he's a piece of shit. I don't know, dude. Are you gonna giggle so much when people point out that you threatened to beat your wife? I don't know.
Just go look at the titles of that guy's videos. Like, he's like the king of like saying horrible, offensive.
There's something going on with Crowder.
I fully believe this is a man that is on such a spiral. It is just shocking to me.
I wonder if he's gonna include a bunch of clips of people speculating that he's gay or secretly closeted trans. Wonder if he's gonna include that in the trailer.
Any person cannot see exactly what he is right now.
And remember, I have not offered a word on any of it. You want something to change? It starts with
Is this supposed to be him, like, writing something? He's penning his mass shooting manifesto. It's true. He videotaped it.
you want something to change. It starts with love. It starts with love for the truth.
Uh-huh.
But love without truth is meaningless. A love based on a lie is just that. It's a lie.
See, all the attacks the media against Steven is because they're scared.
Just real quick, man.
A love based on a lie is just that. It's a lie.
He couldn't even refrain from putting, like, his, like, mostly nude video shoot in this trailer, dude. Oh, yeah, dude, just, you know, he's got it, look, I have to paint myself gold for the sketch. If I don't paint my entire body gold, it won't make sense as a joke. And look, it also won't make sense as a joke unless, you know, I cover that gold paint with slippery Grecan oil that was used in wrestling back in the day. And, you know, let's also get a member of the crew up here also covered in that Greek oil. And we'll pretend to wrestle for the joke. It'll look funny on the camera. You guys just don't understand. And if my cock just happens to slip out and you all see it, it's a funny joke. It's part of the joke. Steven Crowder, every day.
All the attacks the media against Steven is because they're scared.
We are in an ideological war, and we are at a potential tipping point in this country. You need different kinds of people. You need different battalions.
You guys saw that, right?
We are in an ideological war, and we are at a potential.
Come on. Why is the YouTube struggling?
Tipping point in this country.
This isn't Steven, is it? Right. This isn't Steven Crowder. This is just, look. I don't think that's Steven Crowder. Chat, I did not know that there was another guy behind the camera also spray painted gold. I did not make my joke about Steven Crowder pulling another member of the crew on camera. I did not make that joke with knowledge that this was going to be here. I did not do that. I just was like throwing out the gayest possible way you could continue to make this sketch. Oh god. Knowing what we know about the behind the scenes, allegedly, this is deeply weird. Deeply, deeply weird. Is it pre-watching if you're psychic? Guess not.
You need different kinds of people. You need different battalions. It is time to match
comedy gold. Boo.
That shows you how f***ed up this country is. Like, I don't buy it. It's all money.
This case needs.
Isn't Brian Callen somebody who's been in like actual comedy movies? Is that the case?
Blown up. The ATF needs to be held accountable.
Why can we not condemn evil behavior?
Ooh, a new investigative unit. Oh, wait. Chat. New investigative unit. I remember in that previous trailer, inexplicably, they had that guy from the... what's his name? He had the guy who did, like, the undercover journalism. That was just, like, conservative hit pieces. What's his name? He did the oligarchy music video. Come on, you guys. The Project Veritas guy. What's his name? James O'Keefe. Do you think that he's bringing James O'Keefe into his network? That would be deeply, deeply funny. They have their new investigative unit headed by James O'Keefe. Oh man, it's like the Suicide Squad if you assembled a bunch of people with no superpowers and like no actual ability to commit crimes or do anything beneficial for your cause. It's like the Suicide Squad if they all just chose suicide.
Every single one of you watching or listening right now needs to flip a switch.
Alex Jones was in there? Yep.
You will make those sons of bitches embarrassed that they ever even thought of asking that compromise.
So the first 10 minutes of Suicide Squad, I guess. You know, I never watched Suicide Squad. Oh yes, The Suicide Squad. I did see that movie. That movie kicked ass. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is their undercover investigative unit. So maybe it is James O'Keefe. I guess maybe we'll find out.
Clothes and hard tactics, and I don't think they'll know what hit them because they're not prepared for what we're planning.
Take the knife.
It's fixed blade. Last stitch is going to be lure them down here.
It's a problem that we have in this country. There needs to be a culture of accountability. That's what needs to come back, is a culture of accountability.
That's why we're forming our own secret police. I mean, investigative
His
unit.
text, and you have confirmation, photographic confirmation, that he was at a place where he would have been with his dad. That, in and of itself, does open you up to a national security issue. So this is the problem. Is the law enforced equally?
Are there children in there?
I haven't been in there. I do not think so.
Find me one single member of the DNC on a national level who condemns a man shaking his penis in front of a child riding a tricycle. What?
Hey, remember when Steven Crowder dressed up in drag and shook his boobs in front of like children, and then grabbed his coworker's penis as a joke in front of children? Remember that? Remember that? Can I turn up the volume on the video? Sure.
This is about saving American ingenuity from the hawks who very often come in to destroy a body and pick at the carcass for a select few, while the rest of you are left to pick at the scraps. And they must be exposed at—
Oh, left to pick at the scraps. Like your children and your ex-wife when you tried to freeze them out of all of your bank accounts?
every opportunity, because they operate at the expense of someone you know, and it could just as easily and very likely is you.
I'm not trying to be a provocateur, I'm just trying to get a real answer, because they never give a real answer.
How do you thread that needle of inclusivity, being welcoming, while also stopping some fentanyl?
We're coming back to
The hell?
take over, to make sure that they know that you are out there, they have eyes on them, and that life just isn't.
By the way, when he says they have eyes on them, they need to know they have eyes on them. He's just talking about like queer people in public. We need to spy on gay people to make sure that they're being not gay. What a weird fucking weirdo.
Going to be that easy.
Man, 10 out of 10 trailers. Will definitely pay money to watch. He just had to fit his alter ego and drag in that video? Of course he did. Yeah. Of course he did. If you want to spy on gay people, just chill at Starbucks for like 2 hours, yeah. No kidding. Suicide Squad, more like Homicide House. Oh yeah, what if they all have to live together? If they agree to be on the network, they all have to live in Steven Crowder's like gargantuan empty manor that is now completely vacated since his wife left him. He just forces the other members of the network to come live with him to fill the void, so that he makes the Steven Crowder streamer house. He has Nick DiPaolo do his laundry. Dude. Yeah. No, one of them gets the gold body treatment. I don't know which one. Okay. I'm gonna play some Baldur's Gate now. If you guys want, I do have more brain rot, but it's some longer form brain rot. So we got a couple options. We've got Destiny versus Trent Horn abortion debate. Apparently, Destiny went on this podcast that I keep seeing everywhere, and I have never heard anyone talk about it. It's called the Whatever podcast. Famous for having like 30 like OnlyFans girls on at one time, and then like two like men who are there to tell them how big of pieces of shit they are. That to me that seems to be the meat of their program. But they had Destiny on to debate this Trent Horn guy, who apparently is a professor or like has like a PhD in like apologetics. So I'm guessing it's going into some religious abortion, anti-abortion talk. Timba on Toast Tim Pool vid. Well, I actually want to watch that. I actually want to like pay attention to that one. Timba on Toast makes good videos. The Sneeko adjacent ones, I think they might be Sneeko adjacent. No idea. I want to be an OnlyFans girl. I don't think I'm sexy enough. I made good money when I was doing my OnlyFans. But also, I feel like I've aged / gained weight out of being an effective OnlyFans model, unfortunately. But yeah, it was a nice like a nice run of like 12K. Not gonna lie. Alternatively, we have a new Walter Masterson video where he goes to mock some of the Trump supporters who are in Miami, who are very upset about Donald Trump's arrest. And we also have the most bad faith trans debate that Vosh has ever had. So I don't know. We got some options, okay? But I'm gonna launch it. The main thing is with Baldur's Gate, for whatever reason, when I bring it up on my monitor, there's like a 50-50 chance that the entire game goes black and white. And the only way I can fix that is with a convoluted system of like switching which monitor it shows up on, and then getting it right. So I don't want to be like trying to pause and unpause the video periodically. Hey, Avalon of Babylon. I watched the Vosh debate. It's not good. Walter Masterson is always fun. Well, let's watch the Walter Masterson. It's like 25 minutes long. And maybe then we'll do the Destiny debate. Oh my god, this is so quiet.
Can you feel it? Can you feel the love?
Walter, why is the audio only on left channel? Why?
I want to have sex with Joe Biden. I want to fuck Joe Biden. Let's fuck him. Let's go. Let's have sex with Joe Biden right now. And Trump. Let's fuck Biden. I want to do an orgy with me and Joe Biden right now. So, I'm in Miami at the courthouse that Trump's supposed to be arrested in. And I'm going to talk to some Florida MAGA. Like, that's an actual pig's head.
What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. We're literally less than a minute into this video. And somebody actually put a pig's head on a pike. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, dude? What the fuck? That is deeply unwell. Who brings a who man, I look, I'm this is fucking crazy, dog.
I thought that was like a fake. That's a real.
I'm happy right now because I haven't seen near as many rainbow flags and rubbish as we seen last year.
They're making the kids wear these flags and these hats. Yes. Right? And it's like, don't make the kids wear these flags and these hats and make it their entire personality.
No. Absolutely.
They make it their whole identity. They've got the shirts, they've got the flags, they got the hats, they got the shirts. It's like it's their whole personality. You got these people with these flags, they're waving it in our faces.
Right. I don't care if you're gay.
Like, just don't wave this flag in my face. These flags everywhere that they wave around in everyone's face. It's become their entire personality.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have these people with their flags and their hats that they wave around in everyone's faces, and it's become their entire personality.
I live in a place where everybody is gay. I could say that.
You can't say gay, it's Florida.
Oh. No, that's only at Disney.
You should have seen how it looked, me trying to just get on a flight to get down here with a MAGA hat on. They treated me like I was Osama bin Laden.
It's harder to be open about your identity nowadays. Right?
Yeah, people just need to speak up. They need to say what they believe. I'm a straight male as well.
You're a straight white male.
And I'm proud of that.
You should see my truck. I can't see out my back window because I got so many bumper stickers. Just on a Saturday or Sunday, I got nothing to do. I put my flags out and I ride through town to remind everybody.
I can't wear a MAGA
What a
hat
fucking
in some places
weirdo.
Because, you know, some people don't like that identity. Can you imagine like going someplace and being attacked just for your identity?
That's crazy.
I'm dealing with indoctrination with my own son.
Wow.
I had my first unsupervised visit with him. I just had my first unsupervised visit with my son. We go out.
YouTube, you know, I really need to move over to a different web browser. I don't have this problem on other web browsers. Oh god.
How old is he?
So he's in second. I mean, it's in third. He's in third grade. I think he's in the third grade. I take him to. Can we say the name of the
Man.
restaurant? I took him to Hooters. I take him to Hooters. I take him to Hooters, and the first thing he asks the waitress, "What are your pronouns?"
Oh no.
Using Chrome.
You know what? You need to get him out of school and either.
Yeah, nah. All right. We're not dealing with that. Okay. Okay. Switch on over here. Yoink. And we're gonna close those. Switch that over here.
We're in Miami right now, and we're just.
Okay, deals before January 6th took place, but in my dream, Donald Trump came back clear in the vision. But I could not let go my dream.
Wait, you know what? Let's see something. I'm gonna see if it works better for some reason.
I'm in a private school. If you have the money, or teach them yourself.
They're indoctrinating the kids in school.
The first question he asks the waitress is, "What are your pronouns?" It's embarrassing. And he's in like the third grade, and I was like, "Who's teaching you that?"
Wait, your kid said that, not the waiter?
No, he asked the waitress.
No,
what
that's even worse than I thought. I think.
Maybe it just doesn't like.
So the waitress asked you guys.
No, that's even worse.
Oh my goodness, where did he learn that?
I think that the military is going to step in because I think the only way is the military.
The world's military is laughing at our military when they're trying to figure out what pronoun they're on. They're figuring out how to take us out.
When January 6th took place, but God told me to hold.
You dreamt about January 6th.
That's right. Without the vision, the man perished. Amen. And I had that dream. My dream with Donald Trump was coming back. It was clear in the vision. I seen it in the dream.
But and then you also had a dream about January 6th.
January the 6th, okay, this was before January the 6th took place. But in my dream, Donald Trump came back clear in the vision. But I cannot let go my dream and my hope because it's the glory of God. And God got a plan for Donald Trump. And this too must come to pass.
Yeah, I hope God has a plan
And that's
for Donald Trump.
Technical difficulties. Okay, we're not going to watch the Walter Masterson video because I can't put it on Brave because it's too quiet to actually watch on Brave. So that is a problem. So I'm going to throw on this instead. We're watching the bad faith trans debate. You wanted brain rot? Here's brain rot. This time, audible brain rot.
Hey, I can hear you now.
Beautiful, and you sound great. How you doing?
Hey, doing good. Am I coming through? Am I clipping or anything? Or
No, you sound good.
oh, cool. Hey, thanks.
I'm sorry, very knifey duck.
How you doing today?
I'm doing.
If you guys want this to end, you can, of course, donate 20 subs total, and we will turn it off and just enjoy the game together.
Pretty okay. I bought new sandals. Always good. Was well overdue. Old ones were very old. So yeah, with big successes like that, it's hard to say today could be anything but good. You emailed me.
Oh yeah, I mean, we totally need. Is it really hot where you are right now? You live in like Tacoma or something, right?
I'm in
or, like,
Seattle.
or...
Today was pretty nice. I mean, it's summer, so it's supposed to be warm. It's been a bit unseasonably warm.
I will say,
meant to get used to.
polite preamble, to me, usually communicates Nazi.
Be for a while.
Yeah, so you emailed me with a disagreement. I don't remember what it was about. Hit me up.
Just in my experience, it usually means Nazi.
Oh, yeah, well, I was watching your Sanvi Modern Day debate appearance. Do you remember that?
That was the lady with the PowerPoint, right?
Yeah, she had like the 5 common arguments or something. Yeah, it was
Not a Nazi, just a dumb fuck?
I-
Nah.
Yeah, like you really seem to disagree with her on a lot. I was listening to your opening statement, and you really seem bought into this whole self-ID.
Okay, so the main thing is,
all that, and how just
in the game right now, I killed
identifying as a man makes you
all of the bad guys in this inner sanctum, but now I can't get out because there's an army of people
I
outside
want to hear your thought process through
who
that.
will indeed murder me if I set foot outside.
Hit me up. What do you disagree with?
Something good here, I hope.
Well, I guess to kind of talk about the things we do agree with, I do believe that gender and sex are separate, but they are related. As you said in your opening statement.
Roll for stealth? There's no way I'm stealthing out of this building.
You know, when people are born,
0.
they're assigned to sex.
I got the clumsiest motherfuckers with me.
Yes.
Can we both agree on that?
Right. I guess we extrapolate one based on the observable sex.
Also, the lighting engine in this game is really nice.
Yeah, and usually it's like penis boy, vagina girl, and even like
Penis boy and vagina girl! The MAGA heroes we've desperately needed.
People,
for some reason.
they have indeterminate genitalia, but they are still assigned a gender.
Yeah,
at
and
birth, right?
they're usually raised as one. You know,
Oh.
in a lot of cases with intersex people who have indeterminate genitalia, the parents will make a kind of arbitrary decision, social and sometimes medical, as to like how to raise the kid. And sometimes that works out, and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of a very complicated topic.
Yes, here.
Oh yeah, I've seen like a documentary where like this guy, they thought, you know, he just had like kind of a misformed vagina, and they raised him as a girl. But then, you know, it turns out it's more like a misformed penis and testicles, so then he, I guess not really transitioned back into being a man, but once he started going through puberty, they kind of realized he was a man.
Yeah,
so, you know,
playing with stakes.
Even sometimes they're yeah, even, we try our best, right?
Yeah. Well, I hope we do.
Time to meet your maker.
Hopefully. And so once we're assigned that gender at birth, we can either stick with that gender, making somebody cisgender, Or we can transition into a transgender role.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So why do you think these people would want to
Excellent.
transition into another role?
Murder!
I don't think the roles have clear and definite definitions to begin with. You know, we're kind of relying on a set of arbitrary and socially determined taxonomies to describe what it means.
Hello,
to
we've
be a
killed all your friends. Should we let you out of this
You want to
cage?
move out of that. I mean, that could be because you just don't think it aligns with your personality archetype. It could be because you think there's a dissonance between your gender identity, your preferred gender identity, and what your body has developed to be. Because people do associate, of course, femininity and womanhood with pussy or whatever, and vice versa. The other way around. Or you could do it.
Bosch sounds quiet.
completely arbitrary
That's
fashion.
as loud as I can make it. I'm sorry.
Which is also totally fine. You know, I don't think you need like a good reason to change your gender. I just think you do it, right?
Well, I don't know if it's like if you do it type of thing. Maybe like if you're more on the gender fluid side of things. But there would need to be something they would see in the other gender that they would want to transition to, right?
Well, it's kind of like any other label, right? A person referring to themselves as a gamer or a goth or a sports fan. I don't think there's that much stake in the label.
Well, could you be a gamer if you don't play video games?
Yeah, theoretically, right? If a person,
Or like board games, or like let's say any type of games. Let's say you just read books.
yeah, if a person was
Like, could
really
you say
into
you're a gamer?
the culture of gaming, I guess, like they were really interested in its like aesthetics or history. Like there are those people who like fastidiously collect shoes despite not like really wearing any streetwear or like kicks or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty varied. You know? Or certainly like if we're looking for definitions like goth or whatever, I mean we're getting so blurry that it's difficult to draw any kind of definite lines. I mean, right, find me a person with a definite, like, concrete line where you are or aren't goth, depending on which side of it you're on. It's not really possible.
But even though these outlines are blurry, doesn't mean that these outlines are not real, right?
I think they're real in the sense that people have very real understandings of them, but not in the sense that there's some kind of absolute definition you can refer to. Like, if the idea of what a woman is in America is really inconsistent and will vary massively person to person, but there's still a kind of general social archetype that I think you could refer to in a constructed sense. But I don't know if you could ever say that's wrong. Like if you ask somebody like, what does it mean to be a woman? They're like, well, I think being a woman means being strong. You wouldn't be like, nah, no, that's a man thing, idiot. Like you can, even though we do typically associate strength.
Obviously you wouldn't think that, right? Like that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, but that means it's non-falsifiable, because even in an instance where you would imagine you would have like an exact contrary example, like, well, no, men are the ones who are considered strong. That's the typical role, but you still can't prove them wrong for saying it, right? So I don't think there is like a hardline definition to refer to.
No, I don't think there's a hard line definition either. That's why we can see people like Snooki from the Jersey Shore and someone like an actress like Sarah Paulson, and how they're two very different women, but they are both in fact women, right?
Yeah, I mean, last time I heard.
Yeah, and then we can also see how. What was that?
Oh, I said last I heard. I don't know if their minds have changed.
Oh, me neither. As far as I'm aware, they're both cisgender women, but we can also see a transgender woman is a lot like a woman.
Critical hit.
Well, I don't know what it means to be like a woman, to be honest.
Okay, then let's talk about like transgender men. Like a transgender man looks a lot more like a man than, let's say, a cisgender woman, right?
Yeah, if they dress the right way and, you know, take hormones or sometimes, you know, get work done, then they can certainly. I mean, there are plenty of trans women who pass, right? Cis women, likewise for trans men. So there are, you know, in an aesthetic sense, there are definitely people who cross that boundary.
Yeah, the 2012 reality television show.
Yeah, so we see that there are people who want to transition to something, right?
Yeah, lots of people.
Yeah, so I think there is like a definition of being trans, and like a kind of like a definition. We all have this general idea of what being a man and a woman is.
Yeah, well, I
so
think
I kind of understand your argument in the zombie debate where you're kind of saying like these things are just words and they don't mean anything and things like that.
Well, they don't mean
Because I know a
anything
lot of trans
inherently.
people who like these words mean a lot of things to them, right? Like
Right.
it's their whole life and self-perception, right?
Yeah, they don't mean anything inherently. They mean a lot individually.
Well, no word means anything inherently, right?
Right. Well, that's the thing. I agree. This is why I hate like when people say, well, objectively a woman is this. Objectively, no word is anything. That's not how anything works. Language, we construct these definitions. But in this case, the definition is doubly constructed because not only do we decide
Stealing
like, what
all
words
the
mean, the
shit.
term we're referring to is socially constructed too. So we're dealing with like 2 layers of ambiguity when it comes to whether or not anything can be said to be objective. When it comes to gender identity, I'm not saying that gender identity doesn't mean anything to people. I'm just saying it doesn't mean anything empirically. It doesn't mean anything in a way one could cross-reference or check or refer to. At the most you can get is intersubjective agreement, where you could say, okay, I don't know what it really means to be a woman, but I know that, for example, here in America, we have general traits we associate with it, like motherhood, being kind and patient, and that sort of thing.
Look, they were asking. Look, they were asking to be murder hobo chat. Okay, all of these goblins worshiping an evil god, and also continually mouthing off to me, and then their leader wanted me to do a genocide, so I beat the shit out of her and pushed her lieutenant down a gaping chasm with no bottom, okay? Look, and they all got real mad about it. I didn't want to kill all of them. I just wanted to kill, like, 3 of them in particular, and then they all got real butthurt about it, okay? It's not my fault that they wanted to do a genocide, okay?
Objective marker, and you wouldn't find a woman who isn't kind or patient and go, well, by these definitions, then she's not a woman, because it's all arbitrary.
Lovely day, this. For now.
Yeah, like I said, there is no hard line on what it is to be a woman. But like objectively, like a cisgender male could not objectively be a woman, right?
Well, I mean, those would be 2 contrary terms.
But a transgender woman could be a woman because she adheres more to the social characteristics we all tend to share. In
Also,
our culture,
chat, if
right?
you're enjoying the
Since we
stream,
deal
remember
with
to hit the like
society and
button.
Interact with people on a daily basis. Like
she
no man
would
on
be
the
a
island,
woman,
right?
whether or not she did anything.
She would be.
Hit the
Change
subscribe
anything
button.
about her
Hit the
behavior.
follow
But
button.
If you refer to the self-ID model, then all she would
And
have to do is say she's
consider dropping some subs and donos over on riverboat.gg. I would
Um,
very much appreciate it.
Obviously, if she
like,
wants
why
to be
would that be
perceived
enough?
as a woman.
My
Like,
dog
why would
still
that be
hasn't
enough
eaten the
if she
last
has
treat
no
I gave
desire
her,
to
so not gonna give her
be a
more.
woman? Let's say it's a cisgender man who has no desire to be a transgender woman, but he just identifies as a woman.
Well, that would be the desire. If you identify as something, that's a conscious process that indicates a desire to identify as that thing. That would be the only marker I would need. I wouldn't really care if she wore, feminine clothes or anything like that. It wouldn't really relate to my, my categorization there. You could say that she's not feminine, right? Like, if there's a trans woman who says that she's a woman but does nothing to transition, you could fairly argue that she's not feminine and doesn't look or act womanly. But it wouldn't really matter much to whether or not she is one of those things, because for anything that such a woman would be that deviates from our expectations of what a woman is, there are cis women who are like that too.
Let's take a gander.
But doesn't that feel a little transphobic that you're saying a cisgender man with no desire to transition into a woman would be just as valid as a transgender woman who put in the work to be, let's say not even traditionally like a super hyper conservative woman, let's say like more like a redneck woman, so she could still be masculine, but she wants to project herself as a woman. Why would that be just as valid
Because
as a cisgender man?
Well, if they're
who doesn't desire to transition.
Well, if they say that they identify as a woman, they're not a cisgender man. You mean a totally not transitioned trans woman, somebody who
Hello, smaller giant spider.
Isn't doing any work to make themselves appear as or act as a woman. But the validity of the identifier woman, it's not a more than thing, right? Like, for instance, being tall and strong are masculine characteristics. They're associated with being a man. But I'm not more of a man than a guy who's shorter than me. Like, you could say I'm more masculine than them in that respect, but the whole what you identify as thing, it's modal. It's not really like a spectrum where one person can be literally more of a woman than another. They're both women. Maybe one's more feminine.
Wait, so like a cisgender man with no desire to transition, no dysphoria, like let's say Steven Crowder just says he's a woman as a joke. That's as valid to you as like Janet Mock, or like that's as valid to you as Laverne Cox or something? Like,
if you think a
that doesn't make any sense.
If you think a person's being insincere, like for instance, like I think there are lots of ways that we respect people when it comes to self-ID, like their names. If a person wants to change their name, you know, they don't need to prove anything to me. I'll call them by the name they want. But if I'm in school and said, like, I'm in high school or whatever, and some guy goes up to me and like, hey, my new name is Shit Dicks, so you have to call me Shit Dicks. Like,
Godspeed, Shit Dicks. Godspeed. And God bless you.
I don't think that I'm having my belief on recognizing and respecting other people's names being challenged when I don't do that with them. You know? If a person's being transparently insincere, then like, okay, you can be rude to them on that basis. But if a person's being sincere and somebody's like, yeah, I'd like to, you know, I identify as a woman, but I'm not gonna transition in any way, then yeah, they would be as much of a woman as any other woman. All women are equally a woman. They're not equally feminine, of course, or they're not equally passable.
Yeah, have you noticed the wording? Oh yeah.
I mean, they're
Look,
cisgender
look. In my experience, again,
that we still consider
people like this guy are like crypto Nazis. They're crypto fascists.
Or like butch lesbians who sometimes get accused of being a trans woman and kicked out of Athens.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ring of Poison Resistance. Thank you.
Yeah, so they're still the same gender, right? Even though they branch out in all these ways.
Yeah.
So like someone could transition to being a woman, like a butch woman, right? Like I said.
You can like hear this guy smiling,
certainly.
and it's.
I mean,
I hate him. I hate him so much.
Like Steven Crowder.
Well, I don't think they're just as valid. Steven Crowder does this bit.
Well, he said
insincerely.
all women are women. He said to be a woman is just to identify as a woman, right?
Yeah, but as I said, if a person's being transparently insincere with that or any element of their identity, I don't feel I have to be, you know, considerate towards it. But if they're being sincere, then sure, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm just totally lost on this whole. Because I said a cisgender man with no desire to transition.
Do the cisgender?
So you think you could be sincere about being a woman with no desire to be a woman?
Well, wait.
Being a woman,
is the
like, that's the
cisgender
same?
is the cisgender man saying they identify as a woman?
Yeah, they're saying I'm a woman.
They're not
Let's
a
say you're at a
cisgender.
bar and there's a cisgender man. He's like, I'm a woman.
Then they're not a cisgender man. Then they'd be a trans woman.
Who's Vosh talking to? I don't know, a random
Yeah, but like,
dipshit.
what if it was like a redneck bar in like
Squish.
Alabama or something? And like,
I mean, whatever.
he's like, oh, look at me, I'm a woman.
Okay.
Don't I sound as crazy as like a radical lefty?
Well,
Like you would believe him?
If they said like, I identify as a woman, or like, I mean, so are they like?
That's not what I'm saying. He said I am a woman.
Just so they're not like coming out to me. They're just saying I am a woman.
No, they're just saying it.
Oh,
They're just saying I'm a woman.
Well, I don't know their story. What if they're a trans woman who just hasn't had the ability to socially transition? They could be in the closet for all.
Well,
I
if
know.
it's like I said, where I said they're a cisgender man with no desire to transition.
So
They're not cis then.
So they're just saying I'm a woman, and they
They're
identify.
just saying I'm a woman.
That would mean they identify as a woman because they just said I'm a woman. Or are you
So
suggesting
when
they're
John
lying?
Travolta was in Hairspray, and he was acting like a woman and being a woman.
What is with all of these very, very dated references? Like, John Travolta in Hairspray was like, what, 15 years ago?
You believed he was actually a woman?
I'm afraid I didn't see Hairspray.
Well, let's say somebody in drag like RuPaul, he dresses up like a woman. He's like, oh, hey, girls.
But
So-
RuPaul doesn't claim to be a woman. RuPaul is doing a performance where femininity is the subject of performance. RuPaul doesn't claim to be a woman.
Okay, how about when Lauren Southern got her gender changed to male on her license?
Well, that'd be
She
a-
said, I'm literally a man.
That'd be a
Like,
legal
that's literally-
designation. You know,
What was that?
Well, that'd be a legal designation. There are people whose legal gender doesn't overlap with their actual.
So when a trans
identified
woman
gender.
transitions legally, that's not like really transitioning?
Well, what I
What?
consider to be whether or not you
What a
trust the president
weirdo.
to become
What a
one
weird guy.
is if you simply say you identify as one or indicate that that is what your gender is. You're expressing what you think of yourself to be. The legal identifier is it's the consideration of the state, you know. And if Lauren Southern were to go up to me and go like, "Haha, I'm a man now," actually, I probably wouldn't take it seriously because I don't trust her. She lies all the time on many issues. And I think she's just being insincere. But you know, if Lauren
Wait, so
Southern...
if a trans person came up to you and you didn't believe them, that's okay for you to misgender them?
if I felt a person was being insincere, then yeah, I don't think there's anything transphobic about marking people for insincerity. Like I said, if a person went up to me and was like, "My name's shitfuck," actually, like, I don't think that it would be...
I think there's only one way we get out of this place, and that's by going into the Underdark, unfortunately.
Interesting.
Is it? I mean, this doesn't happen in the real world. What you're describing, what we're talking about is...
Well, I mean, I already brought up Steven Crowder identifying as a woman. I already brought up Lauren Southern
but the thing
identifying
is,
as a man legally.
you might
like,
notice
what do you mean it doesn't happen in the real world?
that neither of those instances caused any confusion or trepidation in the trans community. There was no actual difficulty in navigating bad faith actors on the far right trying to make fun of trans people by flippantly identifying as that. In the real world, trans people are, you know, going through a pretty rough time, and they consider their identity pretty important in most cases, and they usually act with a great deal of sincerity and care and consideration when they talk about stuff like this. If you want to, like, test this system by going, well, what if people act in bad faith, then congratulations, every social construct is up on the table. I'll tell you, I feel the same way about race, I feel the same way about nationality and ethnicity. What does it mean, for instance, to be Italian or Irish, you know? Nobody has 100% ethnic consistency going back far enough. If a person says they're Irish, when in reality they're only 50%, 40, 33%.
Stolen valor.
God's honest truth is that I just don't care. We're talking about identifiers that are, you know, maybe they're important to them and other people, but what matters most to me, and I think most people, is that they just get some basic respect and get taken seriously, as long as they're not hurting people.
Self-ID is the way forward for trans rights, you know?
Wait,
Like,
so you don't think Irish people and Italian people...
they're not
like,
real.
Do you believe those terms, like, mean something?
They mean something in the sense that we have a sort of subjective understanding of what they mean. What does it mean when a person says
Yeah, as
they're
in they
Irish?
mean something. That's what I said.
Yeah, well, everything means something in the sense that we ascribe meaning to it. I don't think there's an objective meaning.
That's language, Bosch. Like, where every word has meaning.
Well,
so, like,
of course. So
what
does it mean?
Person who's never been to Antarctica and has lived in Ireland their whole life and never been to Antarctica say they've been to Antarctica? Because traveling is just like a concept.
So, no, that's not a mode of identifier. Traveling and having been something or somewhere, that's a actual empirical measurement, which isn't the case.
Oh, wait, we can actually fast travel out of here. Hell
so
yeah.
I wouldn't say that. But what does it mean to you when a person says that they're Christian?
Let's go! Fast travel, baby!
I mean, that means a part of the Christian church, they believe in a God.
This is the premium brain rot? Yeah, this is that good.
Or something.
Oh, well, hold on.
They probably believe, like, Christ was crucified on a cross.
Well,
something like that.
Hold on. I know of Christian denominations that don't believe in separate versions of everything that you just mentioned. The Holy Trinity, lots of Christians don't believe in that. And there are people who believe that the...
Can you name, like, 2 fractions of the Christian
fractions
system that don't believe in God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Wait, like a lot of Protestant denominations and a lot of American-oriented.
That can only come from, like, someone who has never even considered, like, the history of the Christian church. Have you seen the stink about the Canadian trans rugby player? Was curious your thoughts on it. I have not. I will Google it right now. Canadian trans rugby. Let's see. Non-binary rugby player accused of injuring female competitors from a very transphobic outlet. Let's see. Do we have anything that's not, like, known for its transphobia? Let's see. Stories being shared on Mumsnet. Uh-huh. Do. Okay. Well, we'll go with Outkick, I guess, from 7 days ago. Let's see. Three women's rugby players had to be removed from a game and treated for injuries from hits sustained by a trans woman. Okay, well, first of all, we're getting a lot of different reports even within this article. Earlier, it says they're a non-binary player. Another part of this says that they're a trans woman. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like, sentences like this don't happen in a outlet that is trying to be non-biased. This sentence is pretty tellingly, that's the right-wing version? Well, yeah, the right-wing version is the one that is coming up when I Google it. Like, it's literally just page after page of far-right outlets covering this. Davis appears to have gotten tired of hitting men on the rugby field and elected to tackle women in 2023, which Rugby Canada is allowing to happen. Let's see. Mm-hmm. I would like to point out, however, that, like, rugby is a sport where a lot of people get injured because it's a bunch of people running into each other full speed with no protection of whatsoever. So, like, yeah, it's... I don't know if, like, 3 people being injured during a game is, like, an astronomical number or just kind of par for the course, and it's only a story because this is a trans person. You know, like, if you've ever seen rugby be played... Oh, the tackles were dump tackles. Okay, so, like, it's not that they were kicked out of the game because they're just naturally bigger and stronger. They're kicked out of the game because they were doing illegal tackles. That isn't even mentioned, by the way, in the Outkick article. It's all about, like, oh, big strong man. Be afraid. Be afraid. Also, have you seen the cisgender women who play rugby? They're fucking huge. Like, they're the kind of women who can just, like, split you in half with their bare hands. Hot. I broke my nose going face first into the ground after a dump tackle. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're not allowed to do the same brutal tackles you do in the gridiron. But it's just like, it's still a very hard on your body sport. It's not, like, a lot of people get injured doing it. Keep talking. Look, all I'm saying is rugby needs to be more common in America, okay? Both for horny reasons and because rugby is just a cool sport. I don't even know what a dump tackle is. Here, I'll get you the technical definition. Dump tackle. Rugby. A dump tackle, also known as dumping, tipping, or a tip tackle, is a popular tackling technique used in rugby football. The tackler wraps their arms around the ball carrier's thighs and lifts them a short distance in the air before forcibly driving them down to the ground. And it is typically ruled out for a lot of leagues. Yeah, according to World Rugby rules, a player must not lift an opponent off the ground and drop or drive that player so their head or upper body make contact with the ground. So basically, yeah, these are illegal tackles that can, like, absolutely wreck somebody's body. Pretty sure way more people get injured in gridiron. I mean, yeah. It's not a competition though. Look, I've seen scrums, okay? Scrums, you can't look at that and tell me people don't get hurt, okay? Dump tackle sounds like a kind of fishing bait. Yes, that's what it sounds like. Definitely nothing else. I played rugby. You can't go through the hit. If you drive the player to the ground, that's illegal. Yeah. Okay. You're meant to grab the legs and pinch them together to bring them down. Yeah, you're not supposed to lift someone off the ground. Yeah. Can I pay someone to do this to me? You can get it done for free. You just have to join a intramural rugby league. I mean, it might be like $25 sign-in or something, but anyway.
Like,
my take is it is a normal expulsion from a game, done for reasons that transphobes are curiously not citing.
Offs like Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, American Scientists. Yeah, I'm not like an expert
Jehovah's
on.
Witness don't believe in the.
I think at least one of the three I just mentioned. I said like the American branch offs. I'm not an expert on religion, but like it is an objective fact.
Well,
that
you're
there are
telling me like
people who-
these.
No, wait.
Like that just seems kind of weird to me.
No, I'm telling
Like you
you
be
that.
Christian and not believe in Christ
So
or God or the Holy Spirit.
I'm telling you that your definition of Christian is not adhered to by people who go to church weekly. So would you go like up to them and go like, well, objectively, you're not a Christian. Also, believing in Christ isn't just a Christian thing. The Muslims believe that he was a prophet of Allah, right? I mean, the Jews believe in the Old Testament, and that's the predicating, right? So,
Well, no, wait. Don't the Muslims not believe that Christ is a prophet?
No, don't.
That's why they believe in Muhammad, right?
Don't they think he was a prophet, but not the prophet? Like Muhammad was the big one.
No, I'm not a Muslim, dude. I'm like culturally, let's say Catholic at most.
Culturally Catholic. That's interesting. Can you tell me what that means?
Oh yeah, it means like my family was all Catholic. I was raised around.
Curious. Culturally Catholic. I don't know. Look, it's entirely possible that this person is a benign actor, but given their tone, the arguments they're making, and some of the cultural backgrounds here, I'm gonna continue to be a bit sus of this caller.
I'm Catholics, and you know I have a little understanding. Like I know the dinner prayer.
Okay, so if a person said they were culturally Catholic but they didn't know the dinner prayer, would you call them on that? Would you say that it's denigration of the term culturally Catholic?
It isn't much, but you've earned it.
Well, no, I would probably just say like
it's not enough.
Well, were you raised in like a Catholic environment? Because that's why I mean my culture is Catholic.
Define Catholic environment. Being raised in the Philippines, but
you know
maybe their
other
parents were
Catholics.
Well, you can't appeal to what I know here.
As for us,
you have to tell me. What does it mean to be raised in a Catholic
armies at our heels. Amazing.
You know, like you do the dinner prayer, you celebrate Easter.
But perhaps we need not speak
Celebrate
of
Easter.
farewells.
You talk about the saints. You do.
To celebrate
What was that?
Oh, so what if you grow up in a Catholic environment?
I just really like my character just seems to be perpetually covered in blood, and people make no mention of it. Like, holy shit, are you all right? No, don't worry, it's somebody else's blood there.
Like say in Mexico, but your parents are agnostic and don't explicitly do any of those things. But
We'll see you
the
there.
whole world around you is Catholic. I mean, you walk.
Yeah,
by
then
like
you would
Mother
also
Mary.
be in a Catholic environment because you're surrounded by Catholics and their traditions, right?
Oh, so you would say
And you're
then that
around all the saint days and everything. Because like in Mexico, they have like all the saint days and like.
Church.
Yeah, like you would still be culturally Catholic. What you?
So anyone from Mexico would be culturally Catholic to you.
Well, if they grew up in a Catholic part, if they grew up in like one of the more indigenous like parts, like Oaxaca, or well, I guess they do have Catholics over there.
How many
But
years?
there are like Jewish pockets of Mexicans and things like that.
Oh, sure, but they're still in a broader environment. How many years would they have had to have been in those Catholic pockets of Mexico in order for you to not call them a liar when they say they're culturally Catholic? If they left at 12, would that be okay? Or if they left at like 10? Well, 10's still old enough. I think you.
Wait, can you repeat the question? I feel like I got kind of went around on it.
Oh, of course. If a person leaves Mexico when they're young and then moves over to a non-Catholic area, how long must they have been in Mexico in order for them to be authentically culturally Catholic?
I don't know. 12 sounds like a pretty good call. I mean, I don't have like a hardline answer or anything like that.
You don't. But what if they leave?
Like, there's no hardline answer why it's like to be a woman. But we do see there are things that transgender women and transgender men want to go to the other side, right?
A lot of them
also,
do, certainly.
It wouldn't mean anything, right?
I expected goblins
What do you
at our
mean?
gate
What, I'm sorry?
any moment. Glad to say that you made
Like,
a
we
prettier
do see
sight.
that there is
Wink.
something that we recognize in reality.
Yeah, we have an intersubjective understanding of what it means to be a man or woman, though it varies time to time, culture to culture, neighborhood to neighborhood, even family to
took care
family,
of the
person to
goblins.
person. But yeah,
That's why we have like the new-haired woman in Oaxaca, Mexico, who,
I'm glad you
well,
came
even though
through
they're
it
born
alive.
cisgender men,
We owe you
they transition
more
to
than we can repay.
transgender woman, right? Because they see something they want to identify
With the goblins
and
dead,
project onto,
we might actually
and
make
be
it to
perceived
Baldur's
into their
Gate.
life, right?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that specific ethnic.
I'd have put
Well,
good
I mean,
coin
it's
on
just
you
kind of like
running
a
off
trans.
into the sunset.
It's
But
you
you
know,
did
it's kind
it.
of like the
You
transgender.
stopped the goblins.
It's like the Mexican
Thank you.
version of being transgender. So we see that this appears in other cultures, right?
Well,
You've
yeah,
solved
yeah,
one
yeah,
problem
absolutely.
for us.
I think you mentioned like
deviation
the
from-
Philippines that
solve
used
the
to have like a
next.
third gender or something.
A deviation
we see
from
the
what we consider to
Feminelli
be
and, like, Philly back in the
cisgender
day.
behaviors.
Oh, sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, just deviations from what we would consider to be cisgender identities have existed all over the world at times, though in different ways. But what I guess what I'm curious about fundamentally, because the whole point of talking about the culturally Catholic thing is that when people tell us about what they are, or what they feel they are, or how they feel, we don't really call them on it, because it would be insane to in most cases. If a person
What a
described
mess.
themselves to me and I was like, okay, well, I'm going
I
to need
wonder if the goblins
qualifiers
have
for
anything
all of your
valuable
claims
on
on
them.
this, that,
Not
the other.
anymore.
And not just qualifiers, but proof as well. Like, I need proof you were in Mexico for this length of time. I need proof that you have 6 items of black clothing or you can't call yourself a goth. We don't normally do that. We normally just go, oh, well, okay. And if you wanted to go later after understanding
Well,
that...
yeah, we don't normally do that, but if someone just says I'm a goth, they don't have any black stuff, and they don't listen to The Cure, like, what do you?
Well, you can't prove
Then
them
I think
objectively
it would
wrong.
be fair at that point.
What if somebody just says that they're a goth? How are you supposed to prove them right? Why are you trying to prove whether or not somebody's really a goth or not? Who gives a fuck?
To be like, wait, what makes you a goth? And like maybe they listen to Bauhaus on the side.
Sure, well, hey, how about that?
Beltrell
If a person tells
And those
you, I'm a
druids sure
woman,
as hell didn't
and you're having a conversation
you-
about gender identity, and they don't
you
seem to have done
risked
any
your life for
transitioning,
us.
you can say, really? Well, what does that mean to you? And maybe you'll get an interesting answer. Because if they are being sincere,
Yeah,
they will
I
have
would
an
say
answer.
that because I would be kind of confused. And if they told me something like I do have a desire, then I would consider them a woman.
What if it's about their
But
internal
if they
world?
said I'm a cisgender man that has no desire to transition, then that statement is invalid, right? They're just saying random words.
Well, yes, if they said, I'm a cisgender man and I'm a woman, then that would just
Thought you
be
left
a
us to our
linguistic
fate running off.
contradiction that would render what they're saying moot, or at least
Yeah,
I
so
wouldn't
there is a
understand.
difference between men and women, right?
I didn't say there wasn't a difference between men and women.
Well, because Sanvi brought up in the
hold them
argument
back on
that
our own.
you kind of bring up
Thank
this
you.
idea of the social characteristics, which I agree with. There are social characteristics for a
Back to
woman,
worrying about
social
road
characteristics for a
rations it
man.
is.
I
So
believe in them
many
because that's why I
mouths to
believe people
feed, but,
transition to go
well,
from a different
that's
gender.
not a
right?
bad
Many people
problem
do,
to have.
but if a
And
person
you kind of
was...
brought up this whole
Thank you.
idea that it's all
Truly.
like it's not even real. It's all
It was
fake.
you,
We can
right?
be whatever
You
we
took care of
want.
the goblins.
And I
I
don't
knew
think
you
it's
were a
kind of
good
like
one.
that.
Listen
I
to
think it's
whom-
kind of like a more personal thing.
Listen to whom you're speaking, right? I mean, do I act as though I don't believe there's literally any such thing as a man or a woman in a social sense? I
Glad to see
dress
some
in
goblin
men's
blood
clothing.
spilled for a
I talk
change.
and
Mhm.
articulate and
Sick of
gesture
those
the way
rats.
men tend to. I mean, clearly I'm adhering to some standardization here, you know, even though there's variance within it. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as man or woman in a social sense. I'm just saying that exceptions to our general understanding of these subjects exist even within cisgender people. Butch lesbians, in my experience, look and act nothing like women. In fact, when they're wearing their flannel, they are indistinguishable from scrawny men.
So it's true.
I've actually misgendered butch lesbians a couple times on my local gay bar.
I'm sure
So,
they
you know,
consider it a
they
compliment.
do.
And I'm sure those poor
Yeah, they took it in
refugees would
stride.
quite agree.
They're like,
Of
I
course.
thought you were a twink, don't even worry.
So I think to a lot of people, even if a person was just to say to me, oh, I am a woman or I identify as a woman, and there wasn't anything external that indicated this, I would just assume that at least at the moment, whatever they've got going on in a gender sense is an internal process.
Huh.
Huh.
The way they think about themselves.
Like
and such.
that way you make it kind of sound like it's.
I'd never
Like
considered that.
If like a baby said they were like a helicopter or something, like you kind of feel it'd be
Dude, he made the helicopter joke, dude.
just as valid, right? Because like these words don't
No, because a
mean
helicopter.
anything. That's kind of what I took away from your argument.
A helicopter isn't a mode of social identification, and I don't think a baby knows what a helicopter is, so I don't think that could happen or be believed if it were said to be true.
Okay, let me try to think of a better way to
Mm-hmm.
explain.
Do you
that, I
agree
guess.
that a person's gender identity can be a largely, not entirely, but largely internal experience? Like, the way you think as a guy,
Well, I mean,
it's not
yeah,
just
it's a pretty
like,
internal experience, but we have it. Oh, sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
Oh,
Keep
it's.
repeating.
I mean, not just in like a brain chemistry way, but if you're thinking, and you're a guy, and I'm a guy, right? And if I'm thinking about how
Yeah,
I
we're
present
both
myself,
cisgender
dressed,
men.
right. And if you're thinking about how you present yourself, engage with the world, how you want to be treated, these things are affected often by one's gender identity. That's an internal process, In my mind, often I feel that transitioning socially is just a way of getting others to ascribe to you the label that you internally ascribe to yourself. In your mind, you think of yourself as something. You have a idea of what it means to be you, and that's a broad idea, because what it means to be a person, that's like it's a really abstract concept. But you want people to be respectful of that, and we have rough terms for it. Right now, we have like man, woman, non-binary. These are very rough terms. We have other identifiers. Maybe you want to be treated differently by saying you're an introvert or an extrovert, But transitioning socially to me is just a way for people to say, all right, world, I'm ready for you to try to treat me the way that I treat myself. And that's a rough process for a lot of people, and it can involve a lot of work. But, the reason why I'm open and permissive with these ideas is because, I don't think there's any value to stopping and checking, right? I don't know if we do that for other identifiers. Why do it here?
Oh no, I totally agree. Like, transitioning socially is a pretty scary thing to do because a lot of trans people think like, do I pass? Am I going to be harassed? Am I going to be, attacked in the street, right? And like, but they do have a desire inside themselves to be perceived by the outside world and their community as the opposite gender they were assigned at birth. So we do see that these things have a meaning more than just saying, I am a man, I am a woman.
Right, well, but the meaning is going to shift person to person, system to system. We're not referring to an objective metric.
Well, yeah, everything
whether...
shifts from person to person, right? Like, we all don't have the same perception, we all don't have the same... We're not hive mind.
Right,
We're
so
all
if a person's
individuals.
perception of woman possibly includes somebody who looks like me, I don't think a lot of people would agree with that, but I don't think they're objectively wrong. They can't be proven to be wrong because there is no objective marker to compare it to. You could say
Wait,
it's
look
an
like you
unpopular
and, like, let's say an exact clone of you?
Sure, exactly like.
So you're saying a cisgender man is the same as a transgender woman?
No, because if they identified
Like they're on
as
the
a woman,
same spectrum?
they'd be a trans woman if they identified as one.
No, but you said someone like you, like a cisgender man who doesn't identify as a trans woman.
Well, if I didn't identify as a woman...
As equal to a transgender. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if I didn't identify as a woman, then I would just continue to be a man. Most people don't have an issue referring to me as a man. But if I looked exactly as I do, and I said I am a...
Oh, I might need to take a dog out for a bathroom break. Do you need to go outside? Yep. All right. Taking this dog outside. BRB. Sorry, guys.
We are live.
Hello. Also, yeah, that Joe Jeremiah just discovered him a couple days ago, and yeah, he's real great. I love his little remixes. They're amazing. Y'all can go follow him over here. There you go. Wait, did I get the? Yeah, I got it right. And I'm back. Dog has been taken care of. Did you eat your other treat? Here. You got a surplus saved up from Paladin Lost. Because you're a very good dog. I'm trying to feed this dog as much food as she can get. Because she needs to be fattened up. You need to plump up. I'ma plump you up. Also, chat, if you've been enjoying stream, I know that I kicked this off by having a fucking mental breakdown, and also by have been away from stream a number of different times. But if you've been enjoying the other bits and or the music that I have curated, consider dropping some subs and donos on the stream, because I would very much appreciate it. And also, consider hitting the follow button, like the stream, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube, do all the things. You do you, Jack, here for support. I appreciate that, Salmon Moose. Yeah, we got any Oilers or small-time Oilers? Anyone can be an Oiler, you know? I named my gnome Doobie, or Dobby. I think my daughter doesn't appreciate it when we played Baldur's Gate 3 together. BD3? Oh yes, the Pornhub parody version of Baldur's Gate 3. Big Dick 3. Indeed, indeed. Also, tomorrow we'll probably talk more about the fact that Donald Trump is threatening witnesses in his January 6th case, specifically Mike Pence, and how that is, in turn, creating kind of a legal kerfuffle for the State Department, because were he any other person, he would be instantly arrested. They're putting out a protective order, I think, as kind of like, hey, seriously, you have to stop talking about this publicly. And he has until tomorrow to respond to it. So we'll see what happens with all of that.
Bask in my glorious sloppy oil. Bua.
Sometimes, Samus, sometimes, guys, I see the text for the dono come in before I hear the text to speech read it off. And all I read was glorious sloppy oil. I'm basking in it, baby. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. And thank you for being a valuable ally in the fight against the white name scourge. God damn it. Alright, this was about to turn extraordinarily bad faith. I could feel it in my bones.
I'm a woman. It's entirely possible that I, or the clone of me who said this, whatever, has an understanding of what it means to be a woman, which can include a person who looks like me and acts like me.
Yeah, so you think a cisgender man who doesn't act...
Your bones speak the
with
truth.
the social role at all. Like, at all. And doesn't go on HRT, doesn't get surgery, doesn't interact with the social role, like...
So it's
why
true.
are they just as valid as
He
someone
scattered
like
the goblins, of course.
Leela Alcorn, who killed herself because, like...
Valid as what?
Like, why would that person just be as valid as Layla?
Valid in... Well, we're all valid as humans. What do you mean?
You're saying a cisgender man is as valid as, like, Layla Alcorn. Like, why is that?
Wait, valid as...
I feel like that's transphobic to
as
me.
people? we're all people. I don't know what you mean by valid. We're all people. I think that I'm as valid.
Yeah, you're saying
as any
you're saying a
trans
man
woman.
who looks like you, and just randomly says like I'm a woman. Is just as valid. I feel like that's a pretty
in
bad
being
argument.
a woman. If a person identifies as a woman, then that to me is the end of the argument. If you want to argue
why?
about any, well, because
But why?
the whole argument that I laid forward about self-identification, the internal world of gender, the fact that it's literally not possible to empirically disprove what I'm saying, the social utility, the whole conversation has been me explaining why.
Well, let's say this Vosh 2.0 who just is like you, but just says she's a woman. Let's say she's a woman that
so this would
still
be a
wants to
trans
use he,
woman.
him pronouns.
This would be a trans woman who looks
Let's
like
say it's
me.
let's say it's a cis trans woman who wants to use he, him pronouns and looks like you.
Okay.
And was assigned male at birth.
Mm-hmm.
You would say that's just as valid as someone like Abigail Thorne, who has transitioned socially, characteristically, has had, I think she's had some female feminization surgery, right? Or is that just ContraPoints I'm getting them?
What a fucking weirdo.
I don't know. She's
she's
British.
just as
That's the
valid.
end of it for me.
Wait, you don't think she's trans?
No, I think she's British.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question. Okay,
No,
get it.
I do want to answer, and I have answered. I was making a joke about
Well, you see, yeah,
British
your
people.
answer was she would be as valid
If somebody who
as
looks
Vosh 2, which is just, by all accounts, AMAB, he, him pronouns.
if a person
But it just
says that they're
he's
a
a woman.
woman, thereby identifying as a woman. That's what if you say you're a woman, that is identifying as a woman. Like that's the definition of identifying as something. Then they are as much of a woman.
Yeah, we
under
can
a
all
self-ID
identify as
model.
something, but just because we identify as something doesn't mean it's true, right?
Well, that's because most things that we might identify as aren't identifiers. The way that woman is, a helicopter is not an identifier. It's a type of military equipment, or I guess there are civilian helicopters. Whereas woman is an identifier. It's one of those things that you really can just say, I am X, and that can be an argument. I'm an introvert. Find me someone who can disprove that. I am, I'm, I was about to say I'm a Virgo. I think you can disprove that. Not that it fucking matters. No, if you say I'm a woman, you identify as a woman, whatever, then that's the end of it to me. Now, if you want to say, is a person more
Well, can I ask
valid
a
in
question
other
about that really quick, or
identifiers?
do you-
Well, you can ask
Hello?
whatever you want, but the self-ID model is remarkably simple, so my answer is not going to vary much.
Well, I guess it is simple because it's like 1 + 1 = 4 is simple. But
Can you
doesn't
objectively prove
make sense,
what?
right?
Can you objectively
like,
prove?
could
Wait.
If
Can you?
someone was a party
Wait,
animal,
no,
and
wait,
went to
wait,
a party every
hold on.
single night,
Hold
and
on.
hung out with new people.
I don't
Sorry, I'm
think
asking
you
a question,
No,
Vosh.
I know you are.
Someone
but
went to
I'm,
a party every single night and hung out with new people every single day and didn't get tired of it, and then they came to you and like, yeah, I'm actually an introvert. You would believe them?
So, if there's one thing I really dislike with conversations like this, it's when you don't learn lessons from previous answers. As we both agreed, you and I both, there's no objective answer to whether or not somebody is or is not a woman. There's no way, there's no objective reference.
Yeah,
to make
there
there.
isn't an objective answer,
So,
but there
your
is an
comparison,
answer,
well, there are many answers, not an answer, singular. There are many. So your
Yeah, there are
comparison
some
to
wrong answers, there are some
one
right
plus.
answers.
Okay, can you prove then how somebody's definition of woman is wrong? How would you do so?
Yeah, like if a cisgender man with no desire to transition and wanted to use he, him pronouns said, I am a man, that wouldn't be true, right?
Prove it.
I said no desire to transition. No desire.
Okay.
They just randomly say they're a woman.
You seem to think that identity and transitioning are the same. I don't know why you think that.
Why do people
can't
transition
prove-
if not to prove their identity and self-actualize and self-realize?
People get gender affirming surgery without being trans all the time. People get it for all sorts of reasons. People get mastectomy or breast implants. People get hair regrowth, or that thing they do where they put the hair stalks back in. It's really uncomfortable for a couple of weeks afterwards.
Yeah,
People get
hair
their
plugs,
legs
right?
lengthened. Right. And men do this, women do this. Men can have breast reduction with that gynecomastia surgery.
Yeah, are they doing these things randomly, or are they doing these things for an end outcome?
They're doing these things because they want to, but it's not always because they're trying to medically transition their bodies. There are lots of cosmetic surgeries we do that may or may not potentially align with gendered interests that always don't, right? I mean, is every...
Yeah, I don't believe you need like surgery or all this stuff. Like,
Oh, then
people, like,
why do you keep equating
Emilio
identity
Robles.
and transitioning there?
Well, can I just point to someone like Emilio Robles Avila, who was a colonel in the Mexican Revolutionary Army, billed openly
Sure.
as a man from like 1890 to like 1980.
You're referring to
Like, he
the
didn't have any
trans
surgeries, he
man
just-
with the revolver who threatened to shoot people who would misgender him.
Yeah, like he didn't have any surgeries, he didn't have anything. He just socially transitioned, right?
Yes. Okay. So
Because,
if
like,
a person...
You
So
know,
wait.
translation surgery didn't start till like the 1980s.
So we're cutting off
like-
medical intervention entirely. Now we're just talking about social transition.
Yeah, like people, I think just socially transitioning is enough, but you have to like at least socially, like unless you're in the closet because you're in a really bad area, like Layla was.
Well, what about that?
Right?
What if a person's in the closet? They haven't transitioned socially, but for years they've had a very strong internal belief that they are a different gender than that which they've been assigned.
Yeah, I would believe them because they have that desire.
How?
But a
How could you
cisgender
know?
man who does not have that desire.
Wait, so again, you can't be a cisgender man who identifies as a woman. You would just be a trans woman. This is like
Well,
the
John
50th
Travolta is a cisgender man who identified as one in Hairspray, right?
No, that's called acting.
Tyler Perry is a cisgender man who identified as one in Medea,
So
right?
this is called acting. This is a different thing.
It is acting.
Have you heard of
Social
something
constructs
called
and gender and thing are all kind of like a gender performance, like Judith Butler said, right?
Yeah, but Judith Butler would conk you over the head for citing her here because when she talked about gender as a performance, she didn't mean literal, actual acting as a job that you go into and act.
And do you
in front
think
of a
Judith
camera.
Butler would believe that a cisgender man with no desire to transition could identify as a woman and be correct in being a transgender
Judith
woman?
Butler? Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? 100%. Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity leaves open. Does a woman stop being a woman when she lays to sleep and does not act or perform in any fashion? No, of course not. No, Judith Butler is an ally to trans people of all stripes and colors. I don't think there's.
Yeah, I'm an
anything
ally of
sexist.
trans people too. That's why I believe there is a difference between someone with no desire and someone with a desire.
There is a difference. You just
You
described
seem
it.
to believe you seem to believe someone like Steven Crowder could say, "I'm a woman."
We've
and you
already
would believe
answered
him,
this.
unironically.
Are you forgetting earlier portions of this conversation? We've addressed this exact question. See, this is
Yeah,
what I
you
mean.
said you
wait,
would agree with
wait, please. This is what I mean because we're running in circles now. You acknowledge there's no objective way to prove or disprove the metrics by which one is a woman, but then you talk about helicopters and 1 + 1 = 4. You cite Judith Butler and repeatedly cite existing trans women as though there's some kind of looming specter of cancellation that'll get me to change my answer or a clip you're trying to bait out.
Well,
The
no, I'm just trying to
answers
bring up
I've
real examples
provided-
because you're kind of vague in all your answers.
Yes, it's interesting
So I'm
that
bringing
you're
up real people who
you're
really matter,
concerned
you know, who
with-
are really fighting for their lives right now.
It's interesting you're concerned with real examples when the subject that you're interested in is meaningless and affects nobody. The idea of a person who
So
claims
since
they're
it's meaningless,
trans.
we shouldn't talk about if
If
a
well, so
hypothetical
do
thought,
you
should
then
engage
do you
with-
then see the argument that you are concerned with a meaningless topic right now, and we are arguing entirely over nonsense?
Well, I'm concerned with a real topic. You don't want to engage with it, so I'm giving you a
Wait,
hypothetical.
what do I want to engage with?
You seem to think being a woman or a man is just saying I'm a woman or I'm a man.
That is the
You don't
self-ID
seem to believe
model.
in all the characteristics and everything.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between trans women who want to socially or medically transition and trans women who don't. But the difference is whether or not they want to do those kinds of transitioning, not whether or not they're a woman. That's why it's called the self-ID model. You just need to self-ID. That's it. This is, by the way, I interact with a lot of trans people. This is not an experience that I've ever had. Like, interacting with somebody who insisted that they
You
were
never
a
met a
woman
trans
also.
woman or
A
a trans man that
trans?
said I have a desire to be this opposite gender. They're like, I'm doing this randomly. Like, what do you mean?
I'm not entirely sure what you think I said. What I said is I've never encountered this person you're
Yeah,
referring
you
to.
said that you met a lot of trans people that don't have this idea that I have, right?
No,
I might misheard you.
Yeah, I've never met a person who is like what you're talking about. Somebody who says, "Hey, I am assigned male at birth, and I go by he/him pronouns, but I'm a woman, but also I'm not going to do any kind of social and medical transition." If such a person were to exist, I would still respect them, but they're also, at least not within my line of sight, somebody that exists.
No, but why would you respect them?
Because it's the self-ID model. They self-ID. That's it.
So then, like, when conservatives are passing all these anti-trans legislation, and they're saying being transgender isn't even real, they can point to your self-ID model and say, well, look, even in their model, like, I could be a woman.
The self-ID model has been rallied around as a celebrated system for accepting trans identity because it's good for them, not because it's bad for them. Conservatives would not stop being transphobic if we were like, oh, no, as long as you socially transition. That's not how that works. They wouldn't give up and go, oh, well, we were going to exterminate your whole group, but, you know, now that you've only considered people trans who have engaged in some level of social transition, well, then we're going to hold off. This isn't a real problem. In truth, none of this is a real problem. There's no harm at all in...
Anti-trans legislation isn't a real problem? What you...
No, what you're talking about isn't a real
battle
problem.
these legislations, we need to prove that trans people are valid and real, and that there is a real person that we are defending, a real protected
what you're
class
talking
that we are
about
defending, right?
isn't a real problem. What you're describing is not a real problem. As I just said, no, you're not going to end the culture war against trans people by saying that trans people...
I'm not
are
trying to end the
trans.
culture war. I'm trying to, you know, validate trans people's existence.
So, and can you explain
Like in
to
Florida,
me how you've
people in
made...
Florida who, didn't they just pass a bill that your doctor can deny you gender-affirming care? Under your prescription, just to be a woman, they won't even need that care. They can just say, well, I'm a woman, so
Wait, hold on. I don't think you've thought through your positions very well, because you already argued that a person doesn't need any kind of medical transition to be...
This guy's just concern trolling. I don't...
So what you're...
I think he's being incredibly disingenuous.
arguing now is that under your model, people would collectively agree that they would need breast implants or bottom surgery in order to be considered a trans woman, and that would be the metric by which they would get gender-affirming care.
Wait, I'm kind of lost. Like, I feel like
you are lost. That's the problem.
No,
your arguments are inconsistent.
I feel like you're kind of misrepresenting. You're kind of making me like
no,
a
no,
trans
you just
medical person.
You just made
when
the
I'm
argument.
just saying that it's important to someone to affirm their gender.
I'm not a trans medicalist. I'm just, you know,
you're aware of the fact.
Well, you don't need that.
Wait, hold
just
on.
Being a man is
being a trans
if a person
medicalist
wants medical treatment to help them align with their gender identity, and they go to the clinic and they say they want that, that is them doing that. I'm not entirely sure what's missing under the self-ID model. If they go
so
there,
why is that as valid as?
if a person who looks
why
like
is a
me,
cisgender man with no desire?
it's not a
just as valid
cisgender.
as
It's
someone
not a
who-
cisgender male. No, you don't understand the terms that you're using. If a person goes to a healthcare clinic and who looks like me and says, "I'm a woman, I would like bottom surgery," you realize that is both an element of social transition and an expression of interest in medical transition, right? So at that point, they already would have met the criteria that you think my people don't meet.
Are we talking about a cisgender man who went in? For
We're not
bottom
talking
surgery, or
about
are we talking
anything. The thing you're talking about isn't real and doesn't exist. You're talking about a made-up group of people.
He's the caller's talking about a trans woman, like a cisgender. No cisgender man is going around saying that they're a woman. If they're doing that, that is definitionally someone who is transgender. Are they a transgender woman? I'm not entirely sure about that one, but they are trans because they are not identifying as the gender they were assigned at birth. That's it. That's all they got.
No, this isn't real. This isn't real. It's not real. This group, you already admitted this is nonsense. This doesn't happen. This group of people doesn't exist. You're obsessing over them because you're trying to find a wedge argument against a system that works for everybody and hurts nobody.
Well, cisgender that doesn't work
Who's
for
hurt?
everybody.
Explain to me who's hurt materially.
Well, I guess nobody's hurt materially.
Well, then that's it. As far as I'm concerned, we've well done
Like
it.
if I came in and said, Well, I think black people deserve equal rights because I don't even think black people are human.
What?
Yeah, I don't think any of us are human.
What are we on?
So
what are
I
we
think
on
we're
now?
all like lower than dirt. Is that
What?
materially? I'm still supporting black people, right?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying if there's no material difference, you can have all these insane thoughts, right?
What?
No, what are you No, I ask again. What are you talking about?
No time to rest.
You said
Actual brain rot.
it doesn't affect anybody materially, right? Like a person
Self-ID
with gender
for
dysphoria.
gender does not materially harm anyone. Can you please suggest to me who it harms?
Well, I think it harms the trans movement because then
why do
Republican
basically all
lawmakers can
trans-
look at at this self-ID and be like, see, they think a cisgender man with no desire is just as equal as a woman.
So what do you mean
right?
just as equal? Men and women
That
are
is a
equal.
material harm, right?
Wait,
Like, they are passing these bills.
What do you
and
mean?
they are hurting the community.
What do you
And they
mean?
are against these drag shit.
What do you mean?
There is a material harm
A
to not knowing what these
cisgender.
words mean.
What do you mean? A cisgender man is equal to a woman? They are. What do you
In
mean?
my example, it was a cisgender man with no desire to transition. Said they were a woman. And you
Okay,
said
so
you would believe them.
I'm gonna do this one more
That-
time, okay? And it's gonna be the last time you get to say that.
This is
because
banana
it makes
pants.
me feel like you're not taking the you're not taking the argument seriously. I can tell you're smiling when you talk. I can hear the way your corners of your lips are turned. But we'll try this one more time because I know you like the attention, right? There's no such thing
okay.
as a cis man who identifies as a woman. You are categorically describing a trans woman. If you say cis
So
man
when John
again,
Travolta identified as a woman in Hairspray, that he was a woman.
There it is.
When
Jesus
All right, that's
Christ, dude.
yeah, that's one of the metrics where you can tell.
Guys, pro tip, okay? If you're ever talking to someone like this and they're talking you in a circle ad nauseum, it's that they are not approaching you in good faith. Okay? They are approaching you with an agenda in mind, specifically to bamboozle you with their deliberate stupidity. Because again, he's had it explained to him very clearly several times now that, like, if someone is walking into a clinic and being like, hey, I identify as a gender other than the one I was assigned at my birth, like, that's definitionally a trans person. That's not a cisgender man who is claiming to be a woman. Like, you've already lost on the initial premise of whatever the question is following that. Yeah, it's to wear you down. Exactly, Koopa Shell. It's to wear you down and just get you to be like, yeah, fine, whatever. And it's very telling that he keeps going back to the same fucking, like, dated references. All I'm saying is, dude, I guarantee you this is like some neo-Nazi who is, like, out of the loop culturally because he can't stand how woke everything is after he went to see Hairspray 15 years ago.
Hell, when a person is deliberately lying or acting in bad faith. It was like 50 times.
Also,
with the
hey,
same
Tipster,
arguments
how you
over and
doing?
over.
I
That's
saw
a
it was
shame.
your birthday.
He came in nice, but the nice at the beginning,
Is it still your
was just
birthday?
To drag this out longer, which I don't know if it did. I think it would have lasted about this long no matter what. Thanks, Vosh. Now I have brain cancer. Oh, sure. Brain cancer conversation to be sure. But hey, wasn't that a great reaffirmation of the fact that there are no arguments against the self-ID model? Wasn't that great? Much like the bitch that he was initially bringing up in the beginning, the PowerPoint bitch, who hates trans people but hides it beneath vacuous arguments. There are no actual arguments against it. You know, it's irrefutable, mathematically proven. That's what the Oppenheimer movie.
Humble ox. How quaint.
There's something strange about this ox. It's talking to me. Something's odd. Something's off about this thing.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears to be.
Yeah, no shit. It just said hello. There's more to you than meets the eye. Care to explain?
No. You are incapable.
What? Fuck you. I'm capable. I can do anything. Out with it, cow, or you're going to regret it. I'ma turn you into a pie.
I'll tell you this much. I'm going to Baldur's Gate, with or without the rest of these poor sods. Now, that's all I have to say besides, and I really mean this. Moo. Tick-tock. Moo.
He's so sassy.
Movie is about. He discovered self-ID. That's what it was very powerful. Yeah, this is like a pattern that I always run into, where they have the initial questions and arguments, but the longer it goes on, the more it feels
Oh,
like
your
they're
wife's
trying to bait
August
a clip
11th?
because they
Or
keep
August
returning
7th?
back to
Nice.
the most sensationalized language possible.
Happy
Like,
birthday to
you
your
think
wife.
A cis man who says they're
Hope
a
you
woman
guys had
would
a good
be
time.
equal valid to this one trans woman who was murdered. Like, oh, you really? Are we really?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mrs. Tipster. Happy birthday to you. I always sing happy birthdays to people in chat when it's their birthday. Figure, you know, feels birthday man. Feels birthday man indeed. We need that emote. I'll get that on soon.
Testing the ideas here, or are you just trying to like bait a clip? Like, also mentioning Abigail Thorne, who is a fucking gender abolitionist, who argued that dysphoria isn't even categorically real. I don't know what kind of infighting that was meant to provoke, but that person probably doesn't know much about people on the left.
You have drifted
because they're
far
probably a
from the old
fascist,
father's
or at the
teaching.
very least. Oh, right. But the longer and longer the conversation goes on, you can tell they're smiling when they're talking, and their voice starts to drawl more. As in, they take longer to say the same thing. It's because they've lost the initial bite because you haven't taken it, and they're now just trying to like cycle back. Like when I was like, hey, can you explain what harm the gender ID model is? And he was like, oh, I can't find one. But what if I said all people, even black people, are bad? It's like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? How did you make that kind of observation? The smiling thing, you can hear when a person talks while they're smiling. Like,
Yeah.
you can hear if you know how to look for it. That's just an experience thing. Basically, everyone does it. You can hear it when I do it.
Sure.
When I talk while I'm smiling, you can tell. I can't really fake a smile that well, but it's like, you know, like, hey, you can hear me talking. There's like, there's just, it's a way it sounds different. I'm not like an audio expert, so I don't know how it sounds different, but you can tell. And also the drawl, the DRAWL, when they start like, you know, it's because it's biting for time primarily. Oh, so anyway, yeah, consider this a
Something's on my mind.
a rounding
Received
endorsement of the effectiveness of the
I wasn't
self-ID
sure we'd
model.
make it.
Look at what
I
an
wish I had
extreme
better.
example he had to go
But this
to
is all
try
I
to
have.
find like a hole in the whole system, you know? What if you had a trans woman who didn't do any kind of social or medical transition and didn't want to? Yeah, they're a woman. Really? So they're just like, let me name all these trans celebrities, you know, like, yeah.
That's pretty much how it goes, yeah.
What if a cis guy was a cis guy? Oh, that was the last one too. He started dropping words. When he started saying stuff like, a cis man is just as valid as a trans woman, he said that multiple times too. I think you're missing a few words in there. Wouldn't you mean to say a cis man who claims they're a woman as valid as a woman as a trans woman? But he dropped half the words. Yeah, he said cis trans woman as well. So at the end he was like, well, what if a man was a man? You know? What? Dude, what if a man was a man? Crazy shit. I'm sorry for the people who wanted me to go like super hard against him, but with that particular style of bad faith engagement, you usually want to like wait for them to fall apart, and then you go like, you're a waste of time back, you know? Because if you just start yelling, they get what they want. It's not because they're not emotionally invested, so being angry at them doesn't provoke from them frustration. It provokes from them catharsis.
Wait, what does which
Little
imply?
bits of rhetoric advice. All right, so yeah, that was good. Seems he was convinced identity equals performance. Well, he doesn't know that the person to whom I just spoke is almost certainly a fascist who liked the PowerPoint lady because the PowerPoint lady is also almost certainly a fascist, or at least a transphobe, who fronts with bad arguments, and he wanted to take a shot at doing the same, but he doesn't know that much about trans issues, which is why we keep getting the awkward phrasing.
Good night, Malachi.
And, it betrays a lack of understanding. But that doesn't mean he was stupid. He was smart enough to make a big mistake, which was to follow through in the arguments long enough in order to indicate that the later stuff he said was bullshit. Like him saying there's no way to objectively prove a definition of woman right or wrong, but then later saying it was like 1 + 1 = 4, or speaking with the coherence of a person older than 4 years old, and then later making an attack helicopter joke. They're inconsistencies that betray a person's not actually engaging. Sorry, I just thought I'd turn this into like a basic rhetoric and honesty lesson, since we didn't get like a big blow up at the end, you know. But yeah, it's. Is there a reason you didn't address that his argument was predicated on being able to remind? Because I assume from his perspective he would say like, so they say they're a woman, but they're he, him, and they don't want to transition. They say they don't want to, and they say they don't care. Like, you know, I talked about the inner world thing, but again, you know, only so much you can get there. Yeah, it is so difficult to get good debates with the right, because they're all giggling lunatics who think that they can tear you apart by asking the same kinds of questions that you see people facetiously ask in the replies to like cat turd or whatever, you know, like, well, if I could take this one to a lefty, they'd be shaking in her boots. It's yeah, they're not prepared for a jokester like me tearing their ideology apart with one simple question, phrased out over an hour. All right, good hustle, team. The handle. Oh, there. I had the water bottle turned the other way around. Is there ever a good way to use bad faith to fortify your positions? Yes. I did it with the conversation with that TikTok tanky guy whose name I don't remember. In that case, I was being bad faith in the sense that I was pretending to not know about the Eddie Liger, yeah. By pretending to not know about the details of the Ukraine war. And Russia's involvement from 2014 onwards. Though in that case, it wasn't because I was trying to lie about the information in the debate. It was because I was trying to prompt him to leave out bits of the story so I could make fun of him for it, which I think worked great. Asking him, like, can you tell me more about this phone call? And then he sends me an article that has nothing to do with what he was talking about. And the article is like, the chancellor spoke on X, Y, and Z. And he's like, well, it implies that she spoke on A, B, and C, you know. And he just got really mad at the end. And that was the end of civilized conversation, or even the anything approximating. Yeah, pretending in the most obvious way. I was trying to act deliberately and sincere there. Like, it was obvious I knew more than I was going on for. But, you know, whatever. Oh yeah, dude, I'm gonna get so many followers from it. Yeah, I'm gonna get so many followers from this epic own where after 15 minutes of questioning, link an article to you that it says nothing you said. It said fantastic stuff. Luna and non-compete were also intentionally bad faith. Non-compete was a different kind of bad faith. That's a more normal kind of bad faith. Non-compete's bad faith was that he was uncharitable and dishonest, but like in a normal way. He wasn't doing like the giggling fascist disingenuity thing that's so common these days. Yeah, his primary ideology was wanting to call me a Nazi pedophile, so at least in the sense that with regards to that ideological preference, he had fun there.
All right. Hello. How we doing, folks?
Simple.
My wife. Very nice. God, I really need a soundboard so I can play just the My Wife Jazz Dog remix. It's so good. Feels Birthday Man converted to GIF. Oh, nice. I'll see what I can pull out of there. A battle-worn blade. A fine but well-used sword. It seems to have once belonged to a holy order. Indication of rank and patron deity at the hilt have been filed down. Well, I'm taking that anyway. Time to steal from these people. Let's see. Do. Stealing.
Hello.
Invasion plans for Eltergard. Nani?
Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped.
Map of Eltergard and its surroundings. The cities of Baldur's Gate and Elturel, both marked, but it's wilderness. It's the wilderness in between, covered in notes, symbols, and ciphers. The freshest ink marks, pictographs of goblins and gnolls, all gathered in the forest and hills nearby. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna yoink, yoink, yoink.
Moving.
Taking all the stuff. They don't need their stuff. Good night, tipster. Excellent. Do, 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 do. Did they leave a bunch of potions over here? That old lady was making potions. They did! Potion of healing, baby! Potion of fire resistance. Volo's Guide to the Complete Behavior of Nymphs. Absolutely not, Elminster. Well, you may lack an imagination, nymphs, I assure you do not. Nor does the general... Nor the public eagerly awaits this work. I will refrain from publishing this piece for now, but only that I may conduct more extensive bouts of research. Well, might as well steal that. Potion of Hill Strength. Let's go. Stealing all the things. This community doesn't need it because they're all leaving now. A whole chicken? Why, I never. I want to see 60 likes on this motherfucker. Oh my goodness. I got a lot of respect for the tipster dude. Goes to bat for us. Yeah. I haven't seen a ton of tipster content. I just know that he's, like, I've interacted with tipster a lot in, like, chats and stuff, and he just seems like a real chill dude. Anyway, thanks for being too busy to actually, like, turn around. Also, I'm gonna steal this +1 breastplate. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Shit, fuck! Lockpick. Oh, I can't reach it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Who's he gonna tell? Nobody. He's not gonna tell anybody. That's right. They're all leaving. They're not gonna arrest me. They don't even have guards to staff the prison. I'm beyond the law. I've become the law. Ooh, the Rufflesome Blackguard hat. Don't mind if I do. Also, yeah, we have 11 videos coming out over the next week already. So make sure you pay attention to the YouTube channel. I want to make it consistently active going forward. All right.
Still breathing, despite everything. How much farther can I go?
You guys are clearly busy. We're just gonna go and steal more things from you. Don't worry about it. I'm one of Tipster's mods? Oh, I didn't know that. Lots of side conversations with him. Legit cares about his community, people that are in it. extremely refreshing coming from a cis male. He claims to be an ally to all people, and his actions always back up that claim. Well, cool. Okay, well, you do have several people in here. So I'm not going to try and steal stuff yet. It's in this wicker chest, though. It's just a bone.
Think. What else do we need?
I'll take that.
Don't need this mugwort, tell you that much. Made a joke that Tipster should get his Mario statue to protect Trans Kids t-shirt, and he got it and waited for me to show up so he could present it. That's wonderful.
I should speak up.
Wing's still a little stiff, but I'm getting stronger.
A dissected drow.
Parasite. Take it. It might be useful.
Okay.
Better be cautious.
Yoink. Bottled tentacles. You know, we're just gonna take all this stuff. Halson's journal. Extraordinary happenings. Meditating in the forest, Nettie and I ambushed by a pack of goblins led by a drow. Defended ourselves. Well, that's not the extraordinary. Disturbing. On the drow's death, parasite creature emerged from the corpse, attempted to escape. Okay. Cool. Neat. Notes on the drow parasite. Parasite nestled deep in the brain matter, illithid undoubtedly, yet the host seems unaware while alive. No visible signs of ceramorphosis on the cadaver. Most strange. Altered. Hastily written note. My dear Nettie, I entrust you with the circlet to open the library. Wear it always. If you need to enter the vault, talk to Wrath. He has the rune, but won't give it to anyone, so be sure you have a good reason to ask. Protect my research while I'm gone. Take care of the animals. Don't give a fish to Tuffet. She's getting lazy. Interesting. Halson's pipe. You don't need that. Drow's letter. Well, we're gonna read that. Track the druid, find whatever burrow he returns to, and report back to me. Remember, you're only a scout. Do not engage, do not kill anyone. Simply observe and return. I shall decide what we do next. Okay.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I'll map a tippy command. Thank you very much. Oh, Lady Raincloud, thank you.
Asterisk Lady Raincloud asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Also, let's do this. I've been seeing a lot of, like, I don't know, the conservatives being real mad about this debate, so this could actually be really good. Are you alright? You can stay. Stay. Thank you, Lady Raincloud. I know you'd do more if you could. I'd like to think that all of us in this community would do more for one another if we could, you know? I'm gonna try and do some self-care while doing the stream by moisturizing my face. So when I wake up tomorrow, it doesn't feel like it's encrusted with tears. Tipster needs a blue name. I agree. However, I'm not going to do that right now. You need to remind me when I'm not playing a game that gets angry if I alt-tab.
Live. Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast. I am your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating.
Yeah, do your facial care before you guys sleep,
YouTube
folks.
Takes a 30% cut. The Streamlabs link is in the description. Basically, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Donations and super chats for this special episode will be $10 and up, will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read, answered at intervals throughout the show. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the debate live, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. We have bumped that just for the sake of a flowing conversation to $199 and up triggers
Damn.
TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only, so if any of you psychos really want to weigh in on the discussion, please see the description for all triggers and full details. Without further ado, I
love
joined
cream on my
today
face. Ooh,
by
boo.
Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator who will be arguing the pro-choice side, or as he prefers, the pro-abortion side. And we have Trent Horn. Trent earned master's degrees in the fields of theology, philosophy, and bioethics.
Jesus
Trent
Christ,
is
dude.
an adjunct professor of apologetics at
3 master's
Holy
degree.
Apostles College, and he's the author of 9 books. Trent will be arguing the pro-life side. Thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate
OMG,
it.
stop it.
I think a good jumping off point.
Wait,
for
stop
each of
what?
you, and if any of you wish to further introduce yourselves, otherwise we can just get right in.
Wait, did something happen? Did I miss something?
What is your basic stance on abortion? And Destiny, why don't we have you start?
Yeah, so I think that the typical pro-life argument is the idea that we say that life begins at the moment of conception. I believe that there is some kind of life that begins at the moment of conception.
We're
but
being
the thing that
smuggy?
we're
Okay, you're
interested in
being
protecting
horny,
is
I
the
got you.
Human conscious experience. Whenever we talk about a person, we're not usually talking about a body or a collection of cells. We're talking about some other conscious sentient being. Whenever we're talking about pain, suffering, harm, happiness, joy, any of these emotions, we're usually talking about somebody that can experience them as such. When we look at the end of life, the instructive moment is when the person no longer has or is capable of having a conscious experience. So I think when we look at the beginning of life, we should also start at the same point, which is when that conscious experience forms. So my argument is abortion should be illegal at the moment that the fetus is capable of having all of the parts communicating that can deploy subconscious experience, which I read is anywhere from 20 to 28 weeks. So legally, I say probably at about 20 weeks would be the safe point to start protecting that person that's now developed in the world.
Do you want another treat?
All right. Right, and so my position would be that your value comes not from
Or
what
do you
can
need-
do
do you
but
need
from
to
what
go
you
outside?
are, that human beings acquire and lose different abilities throughout their
Or do you
existence.
just want to
and
hug?
many of our abilities are also shared by non-human beings that don't have a right to life. Like when it comes to consciousness, there are animals that exhibit levels of consciousness beyond what many humans exhibit, like infants, for example. There are many non-human animals more conscious than them. So I don't think that it's consciousness that makes us valuable. What makes us valuable is
good
that we're
dog.
members of a kind, of a rational kind, and every member of that kind has
Good dog.
equal intrinsic value. So I just think that every human being has equal rights, equal dignity, and that
What do
this
you need?
phrase, every human being,
Show
would
me.
include every
Show
member
me.
of the human species. So that
Are you just
begins
hugging?
at fertilization, and then
It's
that
okay,
would,
Lady Raincloud.
end, when someone dies. when
Sorry,
their
sorry
body
to
parts no longer
don't know
function
and
together
bounce,
as
but
a whole.
I
So when their
understand.
body parts, you begin to decompose.
Chat
when your
chat
body
voted
starts
for
to fall
brain
apart.
rot.
That's when you stop existing. You start existing.
I blame chat.
When your body parts work together to allow you to grow and develop, which biologists would agree happens at fertilization. So that would be the pro-life, anti-abortion position. And then I guess a little thing on my background too.
What do you need?
I also host a
Do you need some
podcast
water?
called The Council of Trent,
Do you need some food?
COUNSEL. If you're Catholic,
Do you
get
need
the joke.
treats?
And that's available on YouTube.
Do you need to
if
go
wanna
outside?
Check that out.
Okay, rock and
You
roll.
just want attention.
And we have
Hmm?
everyone's links are in the description. I think we have your podcast link.
I forgive you, Lady
in the,
Raincloud.
description as well. So
I appreciate
just a
your
point
support
of
always.
clarification for Destiny. At what point? Because I know I think you have a time limit on it, or not a time limit, but you don't think abortion should occur after when or how long?
I'd say
into that?
legislatively, I'd say 20 weeks.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. And is there for you? Is there any circumstance where abortion is justified?
Well, I would say that I would agree with states that have laws that allow you to use medical interventions to protect the life of the woman. So I believe that we should treat unborn human beings, human fetuses, human embryos, like we would treat born human beings. And there can be cases where if a born human being, even an innocent born human being, threatens the life of another innocent born human being, like if, you know, somebody, their drink gets spiked at a party and they go crazy and they grab a gun or they're going to shoot people, you might have to use lethal force to protect other people.
That is a fucking insane analogy to make to abortion. In this case, the fetus is the one who has gone insane and is trying to kill other people with a gun. In this analogy, the fetus is the same as an adult person who unknowingly gets spiked with hallucinogenics and provided with a gun to then kill other people in the area. This is the best opening he can come up with several degrees. The analogies don't stop. I imagine they only escalate. The silly serial killer fetuses, yeah. But like the question I have is like, all right, so like that's your position on fetuses, but like it's clearly not an analogous situation. Like the analogy would be like two sick people at a hospital and you're forcing one to be hooked up to the other for 9 months, even though like one of those people could get better in like a couple weeks. You're forcing them to be together for 9 months. And a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, I would do that to save another human being's life. A lot of people are going to be like, nah, fuck that. It's my body. I don't want to be forced to be in a hospital for 9 months, keeping another person alive with my body and my organs.
But I believe that most abortions are not meant to protect someone's life. They instead are meant to protect elements of one's lifestyle. I don't mean to put it crudely, but social reasons, economic reasons. I think just as we don't kill toddlers just because they might be in a difficult situation, like their mom, the dad's left, mom lost her job. We don't kill toddlers in a really bad situation to try to make it better. We shouldn't do the same to unborn human beings if they have the same value as a toddler does.
Okay, got it. So I think another good jumping off point is, when do you each believe that personhood begins?
I'm probably gonna have to dip
between
then.
that 20 to 28 week point. Whenever there's a part where all of the
if they do
structures in the
spectral
brain are
player,
in
I'm
place
sorry.
and then they begin to communicate with each other, such that you would have some conscious experience. I would say that's your
It's okay, spectral player. You go take care of yourself
Yeah,
first.
I would say that personhood, though you don't necessarily.
Or you know what? Fuck this. I don't want to listen to this. Most of you guys don't want to listen to this. We'll do this on a different day. But fuck this. Also, I missed one of your mats. I'll take care of that one. Maybe after I'm done streaming. Here. You've got a bunch of them. Only took care of some on your back legs. Need to get some on your front legs. Walter come back? We can't watch the Walter Mastersons because the Walter Masterson videos are all very, like, the sound is not great. Sound is not great. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna listen to this guy. We're gonna listen to Joe Jeremiah, baby. How about analog horror? Look, if we're gonna do analog horror, I wanna watch it directly with you guys. Because if I'm playing a game and we're doing analog horror, it like doesn't work, you know? Can you crank down the resolution for a browser that can boost sound? What? It's really adorable. You guys can't see it right now, but she's just been hugging. She's just been hugging. I don't know. Usually this means you want something, but I think you just want attention. You want pets and attention, and that is a-okay. Can I get a kiss? Can I get a kiss? You need to go outside. Okay, I think she needs to go outside now. But I'm gonna leave you guys with this playlist. BRB. She did have to poop. Be back soon. I return. How y'all doing? Lol, I search politics, this stream comes up. Max Mill 420, that's because this stream is, despite your lying eyes having deceived you, about politics. And being rad. Mostly about being rad, a little bit about being politics. Kind of annoying I have to root for Destiny in this debate. True. True. Why would you respect other people? Good question. I'm loving the new attention on Baldur's Gate. My friend group thinks I'll be a good DM. All this hype is hyping me up to learn. Yo, Beard Tweezer, real talk, Descent to Avernus is like one of, from what I've read, one of the best D&D adventures alongside Curse of Strahd in 5th edition. So definitely if you want to try out D&D, Descent to Avernus, which I believe canonically happens right before the events of this game, is a great place to start, especially if you have a group that's interested in Baldur's Gate 3. The chiptune guy's name is Joe Jeremiah, and here's a link to his channel. And paste, and there you go. Does anyone have any content suggestions? Or homebrew if you really want to get wild? True, but only homebrew. My suggestion is if you're going to go the homebrew route, make sure you have a group of people who's like going to actually play consistently. Because otherwise you're going to have you're going to have like so much prepped, you're going to have a whole like world built, and suddenly it's just gonna be like it's all gonna fall through, and like you'll be very sad, and like a lot of your work will go to waste. And I'm definitely speaking from experience here, so make sure people like are definitely gonna show up. Some global stuff.
I'm here in Timolville, a small little border town on the border of Papua New Guinea and Indonesian-occupied Papua. And I'm holding a bomb that was dropped just a few kilometers from here in Indonesia-occupied Papua in a town called Kiwi Rock.
That seems like a bad idea. Holding the bomb part, I mean.
Now this bomb was walked here by refugees that had to escape Kiwi Rock and flee because they were getting shelled from rockets and bombs like these. I'm here to figure out who dropped the bomb, who made the bomb, and why it was used on civilians. And I'm kind of screwing up this intro because I'm holding a bomb and I'm terrified.
Fair.
That's my producer, Chris Joe. And no, I didn't send him to track down the bomb used on my house. He's on the island of New Guinea, not even 100 miles north of Australia. Yet, an island that's hosted a 60-year guerrilla war with opposing forces so disparate that whilst one side uses an array of armaments that have included illegal chemical weapons, rockets, sniper rifles, mortar bombs, the other side has been forced to defend themselves, sometimes only using bows and arrows.
Jesus
It's a
Christ.
war that few in the West have ever heard of, and it's likely that the few that do pay attention to it only do so because it's inconvenienced their profiteering in the region. Indonesia's occupation of West Papua. The island of New Guinea was one of the last places on Earth interfered with by outsiders, with most of the people in direct armed conflict with the Indonesian government only becoming aware of their occupation, and through this occupation the outside world, within the last few decades. How this occupation came to be and why it's tolerated by virtually every government on Earth is probably one of the worst stories of Cold War realpolitik expedience and betrayal of the 20th century. In 1828, the Dutch claimed the western half of the island of New Guinea, and it eventually became part of the Dutch East Indies, whilst the eastern half of the island was tossed between various colonial powers. In the 1940s, after a bloody war, Indonesia gained independence from the Dutch, yet the Dutch were still claiming the western half of the island of New Guinea. This was quite a point of contention, as recently unshackled from their colonial masters, Indonesia had their own expansionist ambitions. Yet the Dutch were feigning concern for the indigenous Papuans on the island as a way of continuing their claim over the territory, a territory whose riches foreign forces were becoming increasingly aware of. This all came to a head when Indonesia, growing increasingly frustrated with the failures of a decade of diplomatic efforts in seizing West Papua, in the early 1960s began military incursions onto the island, preparing for a large-scale
What channel is this?
to seize the territory from the Dutch. As this is happening, the Kennedy administration is growing increasingly concerned about Indonesian President Sukarno's ties with the Soviet Union and the prospect of a war between the Netherlands and Indonesia, which would serve to strengthen anti-Western forces within Indonesian politics. So the US forces the Dutch and Indonesians to the negotiation table, where they carve out what came to be known as the New York Agreement in 1962, basically an agreement that gave Indonesia West Papua, with the US government itself describing it as an almost total victory for Indonesia.
Hey, 10-letter
It's also
name.
worth
How you doing?
mentioning that one of Kennedy's de facto advisors, the man who gave Kennedy advice on admin picks, was Robert Lovett, a board member and on and off director of Freeport. That's a mining company. the
Journalist,
significance of
comedian
which
from
will become
Australia?
very
Gotcha.
apparent very soon. The New York Agreement stipulated that the UN would administer West Papua for a few years, then Indonesia, then an act of free choice to be held before 1969, which was meant to be a vote on Papuan independence. What this act of free choice actually came to be was Indonesia rounding up around 1,000 West Papuans, handpicked by the military, and under the threat of violence asking them, do you want West Papua to be independent or part of Indonesia? Also answer out loud. Also, we'd prefer if you read from this script. And that's how Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world, took control of West Papua, a Melanesian, predominantly Christian, and before that, animist region. You honestly couldn't find two more different cultures.
Dude.
This occupation has not been without resistance. The OPM, Organisasi Papua Merdeka, or Free Papua Movement, formed and has been fighting off Indonesian occupation since the beginning. It's not an even fight. As coming from traditional tribal societies, the OPM had to begin fighting one of the largest militaries in the world with poison arrows and spears. To even manage to survive
Jesus
this long
Christ.
is a testament to the skill of OPM fighters. In retaliation for suspected OPM movement, the Indonesian government will resort to widespread and indiscriminate attacks against entire villages. Just one particularly bloody example, in 1977 and 78, the Indonesian army conducted a massive bombing campaign over villages in the Balium Valley suspected of being sympathetic to the OPM, with the Asia Human Rights Commission estimating that at least 4,000 died, but that number's probably a lot higher. The report also found that they died not just from bombings, but also killed in live burials, locked in barrels filled with water, and other means that are too brutal to describe here.
Holy
this
shit,
massacre
dude.
was carried out with Western backing, with Indonesia using Australian and American aircraft, and this is a pattern that you will see over and over again. Western governments and corporations not only giving tacit approval for Indonesia to carry out its atrocities against Papuans, but handing them the very guns they use to indiscriminately kill civilians.
Yeah, that
And in what
checks
is
out.
Probably not a coincidence, Western companies have had the privilege of plundering the great natural resources on the island for the entirety of Indonesia's occupation,
Yeah, that
including but not
checks
limited
out.
to the Grasberg mine, the largest gold and copper mine in the world, run by Freeport, the company I mentioned earlier. This mine is located 4 kilometers from Puncak Jaya, the tallest mountain in Oceania, one of the largest equatorial glaciers on Earth. Just to give you an idea of how unique the natural environment is and how willing Western companies and the Indonesian government are to destroy it for a buck. Well, it's not just a buck. Up until recently, the mine was majority owned by American mining company Freeport, a company that continues to be one of Indonesia's largest taxpayers, accounting for a large plurality of Papua's GDP. But those riches really don't go to helping Papuans, as the provinces that make up West Papua, despite pumping out masses
Aw,
of mining
thanks, trans
revenue
girl
to the
Jade.
Indonesian treasury, consistently have the highest
I will
poverty rates in
attempt to do so, Valhalla video.
Well, to be fair on Indonesia, they are trying to address the
Usually
issue,
I'd look it
spending
up
some of that mining
immediately.
money in Papua, mostly on bombs, rockets, sniper rifles, and rifles.
But today, I'm not
If
going
there's
to
no
do that.
Papuans, I guess there's no more Papuans in poverty.
Remind me on a day when we're doing
Whilst
like
this has
a
all been happening,
non-gaming
the World
stream.
Bank has funded massive transmigration programs, sending hundreds of thousands of Indonesians to work and live in West Papua, so much so that within half a century, the indigenous Papuans went from making up almost 100% of the population to around 50%. Indonesia will use any means necessary to quell any form of Papuan agency. Which brings me to this story. A story that is all too common in this war, yet a story that is never told as Indonesia benefits from thick jungle curtain and bans outside observers and journalists from venturing into West Papua. This is a story of a massacre of civilians, and the Western companies have profiteered from the bloodshed. Kiwi Rock is a small village situated in the Star Mountains, one of the most remote parts of Papua, right in the middle of the island, a dozen or so miles from the border with Papua New Guinea. Enclosed by dense rainforests and rugged mountains, the people from Kiwi Rock and the surrounding villages have limited contact with the outside world, and in fact some villagers hadn't had contact with Indonesia, the country supposedly laying claim to the land that they live on, until the 2000s. In September of 2021, Indonesian media begins reporting on violence at Kiwi Rock, alleging that the OPM, or as the Indonesian occupation prefers to call it, the KKB, translated to Armed Criminal Group, they're chiefly responsible. The media reports also claim that in the panic, 2 local health workers fell into a ravine,
see you, Kyryu,
one being
in 15
found
minutes.
dead and another being held by Lamex Command in the surrounding jungle for 12 days before being released. What happened next is extraordinary. The Indonesian army comes in. Through intermediaries, we hear reports of helicopters shooting rockets and drones, dropping bombs on civilians' houses and food gardens. There's also accounts of snipers and men with M16s shooting civilians. Pictures.
Well, did those vegetable gardens? You know, maybe those vegetable gardens were maybe they looked scary. You know, maybe those vegetables were some real mean hombres. You know, you never know. You never know. Better take them out to make sure.
Emerge of the attack, and it becomes clear that a large aerial bombardment took place. The worst of these bombardments occurred on the 10th of October, almost a full month after the original bout of violence. We obtain images of unexploded bombs and the aftermath of the attack. Yet due to the isolation, it's
the amount of balls it takes to hold on to one of those is insane to me.
So I sent Christo there to suss it out. He sets off and meets with Sebi Sambom, the spokesperson of the OPM and their military arm, West Papua National Liberation Army. Sebi is a very interesting man, whose life itself gives insight into the unusual nature of the conflict. Sebi grew up in the remote mountainous Pass Valley. His dad was a cannibal. He didn't even see an Indonesian until he went on a school trip at age 12. He studied fisheries in the city of Yogyakarta. He taught himself English from reading a dictionary and has spent multiple years and stints in prison for peaceful activism. Finally, like many other West Papuans, he escaped the Indonesian side of the island and took refuge in Papua New Guinea.
Anything of use?
Oh yeah, and Indonesian generals have recently asked Interpol to arrest him. Christo
cool.
made a video specifically about his time with Sebi and how he, as one man with limited access to electricity and internet, runs the communications of a guerrilla army operating in probably one of the most remote places on Earth. Oh, and it's probably important to note that as this was being filmed, further west in the Nduga Regency, the OPM had taken a New Zealand pilot hostage, and in response, Indonesia was rolling out a massive military operation. So Sebi was in between showing Christo around and was negotiating that tense situation at the same time. Anyway, it's kind of hard to describe what happened there in third person, and I want to still be able to holiday in Bali, so I'll let Christo take it from here.
I've spent some time living at Sebi's home, documenting how he runs his operation. He's the man in charge of communications for a guerrilla army taking on one of the most brutal militaries on Earth.
Do they ever shoot Indonesians with bows and arrows as well? Yeah? Yeah. And do they work?
They're afraid.
Sebi has a rather large collection of photos showing casualties, weapons, ruins, and general atrocities. But he's most interested in showing me this. These videos are from an OPM meeting near Kiwi Rock last December. There seems to be consistent accounts filtering out about what happened there, yet little is known about the number of victims and what occurred in the aftermath of the attack. It seems Sebi and other senior OPM figures are some of the only visitors the village has had that have investigated an aerial bombardment of civilians. Sebi agrees to take me as close to Kiwi Rock as possible, which due to the remoteness involves a perilous bus trip. Well, maybe just for me. Chartering a single-engine missionary flight, we join Matthew, the Australian representative for PNG Trust, an advocacy organisation.
The mountains we're flying over are some of the last frontiers for industrial society's advancing march. This is Telefomen, a remote highland village, the last place connected to the outside world we'll be in. We step off the plane for a short break, and immediately we meet refugees from Kiwi Rock that have fled due to the violence from Indonesia. Through the wire, they begin describing the weapons they saw.
Oh yes, it look like a small helicopter. Let's call it drones.
Berapa bom dari drone?
152.
Huh?
152 bomb they deploy all
No,
kinds of
but-
areas everywhere.
You don't even have to leave the airport to get an eyewitness account of the attack. It's hard to believe that a year and a half has passed and Indonesia has faced almost no scrutiny. We take off to get closer to the site of the bombing. In fact, we're flying over Indonesia and chucking a Yui to land on what is a very steep and very wet patch of grass in between two mountains. A small village, barely inside Papua New Guinea, a place that has been the site of refuge for many West Papuans over the years. It feels like the entire village is here to meet us, but no, we're not that important. The missionary flight is the only way to get supplies in and out of this village, unless they're walking days on end from Telefomen, which, like most of Highland New Guinea, is only reachable by plane or walking as well.
Keep your hands
That plane is this town's only way of contacting the outside world. This isolation serving as a cover for Indonesia's actions, or an excuse for the lack of concern from anywhere outside of these mountains.
Don't linger.
And then I get my introduction. I don't even have time to set up my camera. I walk to the first building I see, and I'm immediately confronted with the evidence of Indonesia's attack. An old rice bag filled with shrapnel and an unexploded bomb. Oh, there it is. As you can see, unlike our new friend sitting calmly in the room with a lump of TNT meters away from them, I'm too scared of the bomb to even film it. I then realise I probably should do my job and film the evidence that we travelled thousands of kilometres to see. Just a little bit.
Just man.
Have to tidy this place.
We're just trying to steal things. I wish she'd leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sure it would destroy everything in this room.
We should probably put it very far away. Oh.
Where do you want to put him, Sam? Yeah, dynamite.
Please stop carrying around these bombs that did not explode.
The reason for the casual bomb handling is that this bomb and other unexploded mortars from the same attack have been walked dozens of miles through steep and wet mountains, back and forth across the Papua New Guinea-Indonesian border by the OPM and victims of the Kiwi Rock attack, looking to show anyone the evidence of what happened. So far, without much luck. After some bomb weight estimating and bomb swinging, the bomb
Jesus
is placed
Christ.
further up the hill, at least 50 meters away from the village meeting that begins to take place. This man says that he's afraid that Indonesia is going to bomb the village we're in right now because of what happened just miles away in Kiwi Rock.
Okay, thank you. Good question. So you mean
give it a shot.
people law here no kind of afraid because you got international law. By
I think it's
international
high time
law,
you all
Indonesia not in a bombing
our
law.
sacred
PNG
grove.
side.
Within the inner sanctum,
Yeah.
of course.
They will bomb
It is
only.
not for us to fight your battle.
Despite Sebi's
I assure
reassuring
you.
answer, in the early 2000s, Indonesia landed helicopters in this village, so there is a huge degree of uncertainty here, along with the fact that only months before we arrived, there was a refugee camp here, housing over 100 people from Kiwi Rock who fled across the border after the attack, bearing stories and physical evidence of the bombing that no one outside of this village has been interested in receiving. But at this point, we're only starting to understand the degree of displacement the attack caused. After the meeting, Matthew and I go through the bag of shrapnel. We start piecing together the remnants of numbers and letters, attempting to better identify the weaponry. It's a pretty idyllic place. Strange to think villages just like this one were bombed, as they had the misfortune of being located a few miles away, west of the 141st meridian.
Uh-oh, big. Is it in enclosure?
Yeah, you go. Yeah, you suspend in.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. What the hell? That's a dinosaur. You just got a dinosaur in there. The hell?
Come back. Castaway. We come around here. No.
Very quiet. Just like all time. Time for discretion.
Okay. Come back for a minute. Okay, we got that. No. Come on, Zebby. Come back. Oh, good work. Good one. What do you feel like after that? Are there cassowaries in Pass Valley?
Yeah.
There are. So you've seen many.
Everywhere in this island.
So you know your way around cassowary.
Yeah, I know.
You're not afraid.
Aren't cassowaries like super like able to fuck you up?
Despite
I don't know a lot about
there is
animals,
an understandable angst.
but
that
I
hangs over
remember
these
hearing
creatures.
those things can
Many of
like
the people here have family living over
rip
here,
your face off.
and there still are victims from Kiwi Rock coming and going. Before we interviewed the eyewitnesses to the attack, we had to assure them that we'd protect their identities. So we've given them pseudonyms and blurred their faces along with the translator. As they say, they're in fear of reprisals from Indonesia. Peter was there to witness his village, bombed into the ground.
While they were cooking food, preparing
Concentrating.
You were cooking food, and you heard helicopters
Is the
come?
coin in the middle?
No. Yes.
What did you do when you heard the helicopters come?
They ran away into the bushes and they hide themselves.
Yes.
Alex was just 16 when his village was bombed.
He was in class when this incident happened. He ran away and joined Pepe and Pepe.
Sniper I'm gaso non jom makas baso non jom jumbi da ko pe pelur abu abu na ko
You're curious. You've got a great many odors about you. What happened to you?
Nah, M16.
They all describe rockets shot from 4 or 5 helicopters, mortars being dropped from drones, and soldiers with M16s and sniper rifles terrorizing villagers on the ground, forcing them to flee into the mountains to hide.
Something else
Many of the
Good night, Kyryu.
Soldiers were using a sniper and M16. Bombs were being dropped at the village, gardens destroyed.
Jesus.
Villages and gardens were destroyed. And what was dropping the bombs? How were the bombs being dropped?
Some bombs were fired and dropped by drone.
Drone?
Yeah.
I asked the witnesses to draw the drones that dropped the mortars. The 2 witnesses that could independently came back with strikingly similar pictures. At first, I thought there was confusion and the witnesses were drawing helicopters, but they reassured me that these were small drones dropping mortars. This picture from 2021 shows an Indonesian soldier in Papua, seemingly from Brimob, the Mobile Brigade Corps, standing next to a drone model almost identical to what the witnesses drew. We've identified the drone pictured as a Xi'an Blowfish A3, a Chinese model that boasts of a swarm function, where 10 drones swarm a target in unison, utilising artificial intelligence to take off and attack a target with full autonomy.
Great, we live in hell.
Modern warfare. You wouldn't have much luck defending yourself from these with bows and arrows.
Yeah, that looks like something that like we're just gonna see, like, instead of swarms of 10, swarms of 1,000. You know, like all fueled by AI. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the U.S. literally had like 1 million of those things just kind of like waiting in the wings. God.
This man is removing parts of mortars dropped by a drone that got stuck in a roof.
You took it upon yourself
After
to
you were
undertake the
bombed,
rite of thorns.
Did
I
you
ought to
you went and
exile you from this
collected
place
these?
forever.
Where did you
Instead,
find?
I shall
Where
listen
did
to
you
the
find these
explanation
ones?
that you owe me.
Kami ay
I
pa
owe
to
you
din.
nothing.
Kami
Goblins
ay pa
swarmed us
yung
like
baydong
roaches
daw
when
ay
you
baydong
stumbled
daw.
after the past. You
Kaka
chose to
bunang
abandon
yung manik
us.
baydong daw.
I chose to protect
Bomb
us.
is
Silence.
dropped.
The rite has been
everywhere
ended.
of, garden
I will
village
allow you
and,
to stay. You shall learn it all once
Was it
again
dropped from
right
a
here.
helicopter or from a drone?
Backslide,
Kamera,
and
kamera,
nature's
guys.
fury
Kamera,
will crush you.
Huwag dit minaka.
As you
Kalong
wish,
bayta yan.
It's
Master
drawn
Halcyon.
from a drone.
Drone. So this one's from a drone, goes down like that, and it's like the green one we saw yesterday, and then this one. Is this one come from helicopter or? Yeah.
Yes. Drone bayta biha.
Kami heli bayta.
She shows great insolence,
Heli takot takot din.
but time will humble her.
Were they shooting rockets at
And the grove
civilians?
still needs her.
Takot biya din. No, ano wait,
You
teman
will
ka.
soon
Teman
see
ka.
why.
Kalong bayno
But
kami.
enough of that for now.
Bira yaw. Masarap
I
bayno
owe you my
biya
thanks.
din.
The grove
Ingay ka ba?
stands.
Civilians.
Nature
We
prevails.
hear that those who couldn't run into the mountains
And
to
again,
hide,
I am
mostly
in
the
your
young
debt.
and the elderly, were the
Speak
ones
to
killed
Wrath.
by the rockets and
He will
mortars.
reward you for your efforts.
Bilha.
Bilha was killed by bomb. Drone.
Tomorrow morning, we shall
And
discuss
who is
what is to
Bilha?
come.
Ni ano ko tao.
His
All
sister's
who shelter here.
daughter.
And
Peace.
how old was Bilha?
Enjoy it while it lasts.
4 years old. And where was Bilha when the bomb was dropped?
Malam din ko na taano no ay unitem na ate ko do.
She cannot run away, so she's baby.
mind if I do.
She cannot run away.
Ah, Jesus.
While managing to run away, bomb dropped and killed.
Killed her.
Eh bayno gi. Unik ba ako makot banay bihiwa bayno bom tan do.
All people unable to run away into the bushes to hide themselves were bombed and killed.
And killed.
Yes.
And they died from not being able to eat food? No, they were bombed. They were bombed.
They were bombed.
Those who didn't die in the attack still had to survive being dispossessed without food or shelter in the Star Mountains, a place thought to be one of the rainiest on Earth. This footage shows the journey to relative safety the residents of Kiwi Rock had to make.
Ulit tabay ni from petaw ni tabay ni hikman.
They were in the bush. They
No,
were
no,
in
no.
the bush
Hands
till
on
now.
everything.
Till now. And did anybody die in the bush?
Kawain 2000 ka bang dindi.
200
200 died
from starvation.
from starvation and did any family members die from starvation?
Maria ka ba ibon ka di Maria dindi. Adela
You done
dindi.
it.
Oh,
You no.
ni na na.
Thanks. I cannot
Didn't
imagine
you,
taking on a
Didn't
camp
you,
full of goblins was a simple task.
His elder brother and his brother and his mother.
To be expected.
In the bush.
I'm glad you survived intact. And I promised you a reward, didn't I? Let me
This is
show
a
you on your
makeshift
map
camp
where you
in
can
the
find the
mountains.
cache.
The people here are surviving on leaves.
Take this rune. You'll need it. Place it among the pedestals inside our library. When the wolf glows brightest, everything in the vault below will be yours.
Continuous fight. Continuous. Now it's not safe for them to stay there in their village.
Are they scared of are they scared of that Indonesia will bomb
Yes.
bomb them again,
Yes.
and that's why they're still in the mountains?
It becomes apparent that everyone was forced to flee. Thousands of people hiding in the mountains till this very day. No one has returned, as the witnesses explain that since the attack, Kiwi Rock has been guarded by Indonesian snipers, with those attempting to return being shot at, and in some cases killed. In October last year, Alex's uncle attempted to return to Kiwi Rock to retrieve his pigs, and was spotted by a drone and then shot by a sniper from 100 metres away, with the Indonesian media triumphantly reporting this killing.
Masarati kalwa kan wala Andi.
He was a civilian.
Civilian,
Yeah.
and he was hit by a sniper.
Earlier this year, videos circulated by Indonesian media show snipers shooting across the valley at the the track to enter Kiwi Rock. This footage even shows OPM commander Lamek Taplo explaining that locals found a makeshift booby trap, a model of stun grenade seen used by the Indonesian police, tied to a tripwire, set up on the walk back from the mountains to Kiwi Rock. Some of the victims made it over the border to the small village we're in right now, and I'm shown the site of the makeshift refugee camp where 103 Papuans made their home for over a year. Sebi was here last year and saw the camp when it was still populated, but these people haven't returned to Kiwi Rock. They've found another site, somewhere in the mountains.
Is this all stuff from refugees?
Yeah. What
is it? Fishing net?
Yeah, mosquito net.
Mosquito net.
And then, the bomb makes a reappearance. This time, I'm able to get close enough to actually inspect it.
Unexploded bomb.
Yeah.
You see it's got the screw-on tail, so it flies flat. And you got writing there.
Still, I'm very scared at how casually the local bomb squad are handling the weapon.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Fuck, dude.
Oh, where we go?
Fuck. Every time they're like touching those bombs.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We also have a
Matthew sent pictures of these mortars to an organisation that investigates the supply of weapons. These mortars were identified as being manufactured by state-owned Serbian company Krušik, appearing to be an 81mm M72, a bomb with a kill range of 14 metres. These mortars were identified as having an improvised tail boom attached, as well as an improvised impact fuse with a much larger surface than on a regular M72. Meaning these bombs were not fired from a mortar barrel, but dropped from an aircraft, and were modified to explode when they hit a far softer target than usual. In this case, most likely the sago leaf roof of a villager from Kiwi Rock. This is consistent with the testimony from the witnesses. Yet our most interesting discovery comes from the bag of shrapnel. Most interestingly and probably most identifiable is this little curled up piece of the cylinder of the rocket. Inside, it's got the letters 6, 8, which match up with a Thales model rocket. They're a big European company, which, probably shouldn't be out here, in the middle of the island of Papua being used on civilians. Stephen Loosely is the Deputy Chair of Thales Australia, the closest subsidiary of Thales to West Papua. But if we are arming them, how do we prevent these states that don't have robust institutions?
How are we arming them, and to whom are we referring?
I've got an example here. Do you know
How the fuck did you even get this interview in the first place to ask this guy that? Dude's nervously drinking water because he can't believe that someone was allowed in to ask him that question.
Do you know what this is?
Looks like part of a spent round.
Yes. Do you know what type of round this is?
No, 7.62, something like that.
No, this is a Thales made FZ68 that I retrieved in around Kiwi Rock in Indonesian occupied Papua. It was used on civilians there. I've got some pictures.
Well, I'm not familiar with this, so it's difficult for me to comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
This is a village in October 2021, a civilian village that the
Indonesian army went in and basically blew to the floor with Thales made weapons, and this is part of it. How are we ensuring that?
Well, that's an assertion, but I am unaware of any of this. So it's something that you would need to be asking Indonesian authorities and the relevant Australian authorities. This is not something that has come through my wheelhouse.
But aren't you not an executive director?
No, I'm the Deputy Chair of Thales Australia. We do not export these kinds of capabilities, so far as I'm aware, to Indonesia.
But is it not your responsibility to
No, it's
ensure?
not.
It's not. So this is another piece of it.
This is something that should be directed to Thales Group in Paris, if it's true.
These pictures show the corpses of some of the victims of the Kiwi Rock attack. Papuans of all ages appear to have starved to death in the aftermath. A child, a middle-aged man, an older man. This woman appears to have been wounded in the attack, most likely from the shrapnel of a cruise ship or Thales explosive. A wound such as this is all but a death sentence when hiding in the mountains without access to medicine. This is the first time these images have been broadcast to the public. After almost 2 years since the attack, much of the evidence by now is likely to have faded, relegated to the memories of villagers who will eagerly tell anyone who comes here and speaks to them what happened. According to Jane's magazine, a military weekly, Thales licenses the design of the FZ-68 rocket to Indonesian Aerospace, an Indonesian weapons company, which then manufactures these rockets domestically. According to the same article, Indonesian Aerospace manufactures two types of warhead for the FZ-68, the FZ-32 Smoke for practice use, and the FZ-71 anti-personnel warhead. Professor Clinton Fernandez is a defence expert, a former Australian Army intelligence officer. He has studied the region extensively.
What I'm holding here is a delivery device. It's not what kills. These are the fragments, or they appear to be the fragments, of an FZ-68 rocket. That's about 1 meter in length. It weighs about 5 kilos. But on the head of the rocket is what's called a warhead, which is a 70 millimeter exploding shell, high explosives. That weighs about 4.3 kilos. It's got a length of 350 centimeters, very small. And this rocket will fly for about 6 to 7 kilometers from a helicopter. And then when it lands at the target, the warhead explodes. This rocket itself will spin at 21 rotations per second. And the reason for that is its ballistic stability. When it's fired from a helicopter, you want it to fly in a straight direction right on target. And so it spins. The spin stability is what delivers that. So that's what this rocket does. The warhead, on the other hand, is what you won't have samples of, because it's already exploded. So the warhead is an FZ-77 rockets. These are the ones that attach to this particular rocket. And they are designed to explode into effective splinters of 8,000 splinters. So a rocket will splinter into 8,000 fragments.
Jesus Christ.
Around a radius of 21 meters. So basically 130 meter circumference circle. It's like steel.
Most things can be rigged to drones if you just take the warhead. Like, you wouldn't obviously be able to fire it like this off of a drone. Unless you had a very, very specially constructed drone, but you could just drop it off of a drone. That pig is a wizard, I bet. Wizards do be horny, it's true. But yeah, no, you can drop most things off of a drone and have them explode quite easily.
Rain coming at you. It's anything in that circle is going to die. Its lethality is why you have that rocket and that warhead.
Who do I pray to for a real forge?
I'm taken to the grave of a young woman who died shortly after making it to the village.
Who was buried here?
Anita kahit na.
And how old was Anita?
36, 7 years.
Oh. Died of starvation. Oh. Sickness.
Died of sickness.
Unfortunately, this woman's story is not unique.
Each witness was able to recount many people they knew dying of starvation or other illnesses brought on by the attack, so we asked them to prepare a list of names. What they came back with was staggering. They handed me a list of the names of 297 people who they claimed died as a result of this attack or incidents relating to the sustained military presence in Kiwi Rock. The witnesses claimed that hundreds more died, but these are just the names of the people they can remember.
Yeah, how did Southern die?
They went
Time always
to
love twist your way.
Oxyville town and then make a protest of this military attack in Kiwi Rock. And then they shot him.
I organised to go through the list with some of the witnesses in order to clarify how some of the people died.
Jerry Pablo is arrested by TNI and killed.
Killed. And I got tortured as well.
Yep,
Yeah.
tortured. Then
It's kind of scary. It's all very scary.
he was shot in Kiwi Rock.
And was he shot by a sniper or?
M16.
M16. Yeah. And he was
Peaceful demonstration there.
Marius
Pablo.
Kamamiyang.
Yep. Captured and tortured in shot by gun.
Shot by gun.
He died of starvation.
Died of starvation, obviously.
M16.
Masarap nga na. Masarap mo.
That's it.
Tinaya
We can head to this.
Ina winokong mo.
She got 2 kids, so
It won't be
the,
easy, and
kids were grabbed and
I knew this
killed,
would come right if.
and she was shot by M16.
The kids were killed.
Yep. Kids were killed also.
Are the kids on this list?
You do good work.
Kina niya yung
If you can handle more than goblins, might
they
be I'll
don't
have
know the
use of you in
Oh.
Baldur's Gate.
So they don't know the kids' names, but with 2 kids who were also killed
Always a deal to be
in
done.
Kiwi Rock.
Even now.
Due to a lack of access, we're unable to properly verify the deaths on this list, but we did cross-reference them with a list of names of refugees from the OPM, and some of the names matched up. We spoke to Human Rights Monitor, an NGO conducting their own investigation through church groups into what happened at Kiwi Rock, and they came to the conclusion that around 60 people died. This report is yet to be released. According to the account from the local OPM that was accompanied by the photos of corpses and casualties shown earlier, as of 2023, at least 72 people had died. This report was also accompanied by these pictures of graves, and some of the names on the graves match the names of the witnesses we spoke to listed. Yet according to our sources, the mountain camps where people are hiding are scattered and isolated. As such, any accounts of deaths may be limited to a certain area. It is also worth noting that it's customary for the people of this area to use multiple different surnames depending on the circumstance, so we cannot make any concrete assertions to the number of deaths. What is clear though is that an entire village, thousands of people have been displaced, shelterless, starving, and unable to return home to this day. It is also clear that many of these people have died, mostly Nyalam Kupal people, a language group with less than 20,000 speakers.
Well, this is definitely a Thales rock. As you can see, here are the villages. This caused
Hey, Catalina
thousands
Gearbox.
of people in these villages to be displaced to go live in the mountains. Here's a picture of another rock.
This video crew has major cojones, not just for like going into the middle of a civil war zone and like, you know, directly handling explosives, but also for then taking that information to the members of the company that they know are going to be extraordinarily hostile to learning that this is happening. Or to learn that someone knows that this is happening. Rather.
Thales rocket in a different part of West Papua. This is from 2021. And here are the people, thousands of people went and had to hide in the mountains and have been displaced.
Well, this is most unfortunate, and any kind of armed conflict is to be regretted.
But it's not
insofar
particularly
as responsibility of Thales Australia is concerned, I'm not aware of any connection with this whatsoever.
This is a Thales-made rocket. This is.
Well, you're asserting that, but I've not been able to test any of it.
You're asserting that. And yes, you did put things on my table that I identified as being part of our rockets, but you're merely asserting that. This crew has had the anti-terrorism unit in Australia sent after them. God damn. Okay. All right. I should be paying more attention. All right. Friendly Geordies. Okay. I'm going to hit the subscribe button, but I don't want to sign in right now on Brave.
If it does turn out to be.
And you should have forewarned me that this was the nature of the interview.
A report conducted by the Papuan People's Assembly cast doubt over the official Indonesian narrative of the events, preceding and justifying the attack. It alleges that Sebi's group, the TPN led by Lamek Taplo, was not responsible for the arson attacks on the town. Instead, it was most likely a group supporting the former region, possibly supported by members of the regional legislature that carried out the arson.
And why do you think it would be used on civilians?
I mean, that's very concerning, because this is the kind of thing that, if you use these sorts of weapons against your own people, then arguably one has to say, well, maybe you've lost your legitimacy, to rule them if you have to use force like that. This is what we see bad, rogue states and bad regimes around the world using. But this one doesn't seem to get much attention. But if this is what's being used against your domestic population, then one has serious questions about how you acquired it, what assurances were made about where you would and wouldn't use it, and it's really it's an anti-personnel weapon. It's not really designed as a policing tool.
This now deleted Thales Belgium news page boasted the Indonesian army receiving a training course on the maintenance of FZ-219 rocket launchers installed on Airbus helicopters. These
Interesting.
launchers are used to shoot the same Thales rockets found in Kiwi Rock. We put questions to Thales as to why this webpage was deleted. We received no response.
Whether it's legal or not is a matter for the lawyers. It just seems to be gravely immoral. And I don't know the process by which the Indonesian military acquired them, or acquired the rights to manufacture them, or the rights to use them. But it is something that really ought to be brought up at the annual Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights that occurs at the United Nations every year in Geneva.
Even in light of serious human rights abuses, Thales Group continues to export to Indonesia and licenses many of its designs to Indonesian weapons companies to manufacture Thales products domestically.
Kelly Gearbox, thank you for the gifting 5
In
subs.
recent years, Thales Australia has supplied Indonesia with Bushmasters, an infantry mobility vehicle, with former Defence Minister Peter Dutton gifting Indonesia 15 Bushmasters in 2021, with the Australian Army even training the Indonesian Army on how to operate these vehicles. In 2016, Indonesian weapons company...
Okay, please don't share links to sex toy sites for obvious reasons.
Pindad struck a deal with Thales Australia to license the Bushmaster design and build their own model, modified for Indonesian requirements, ordering 50 of these vehicles.
Bushmaster is a marvellous weapon for protecting people. That's what it's designed to do, protecting people. That's why it's been so successful in Ukraine, for example. It's why a number of other countries around the world have bought Bushmaster. It's why the Australian government continues to purchase Bushmaster. It's a very safe carrier, and it proved its worth not only with Australian forces, but with other friendly countries in Afghanistan, for example. So I am not going to have denigrate the Bushmaster. Please be clear on that.
What is Indonesia using the Bushmasters for?
Some countries use them for police work. Some countries use them as part of their military. Some countries use them as part of their deployments elsewhere. It's a matter for the Indonesian government. Thales, however, observes the law.
Papuans in cities like Jayapura and Wamena are all too aware of what Indonesian policing with heavy vehicles looks like, usually breaking up protests. Indonesia's capacity is undoubtedly going to improve with the addition of dozens of Bushmasters.
Interesting.
And when the Indonesian army are doing this,
probably conveying military personnel in very rough country. Probably.
Shouldn't Australia have a obligation not to sell weapons when other weapons are being used?
Australia observes international law, and these are matters for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. That's where you should be directing your questions. Okay, are we done?
We put questions to the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade
and the Department of Defense.
Yeah, it's a
and
notification. I
received
can't
no
get rid of
response.
it easily.
So that's 297 people. They remember 297 people that died.
That feels like a bug. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. They remember. That's a lot.
Do we have anything else?
I would like your assurance that you'll make some representations.
I've already said I will make inquiries. That's as far as I'm able to go.
We spent weeks attempting to hold loosely to his word and
I'm
get him to
sure.
make the relevant inquiries. Yet the only further contact we received was this text. Suggest you direct your inquiry to the Talos Australia Director Communications. Over the course of months, we sent multiple emails and made dozens of phone calls to the Communications Director of Talos Australia, Jasmine Hilliard, and received no response. We also put questions to the Belgian and French officers of Talos and received no response.
No. Uno don't have the
Seems like a pack of goblins swarm the Albert.
She
deserved better than that.
The manufacturer of this bomb, please, I just says you put a stop to them.
Stop making the bomb.
Yes, stop making a bomb.
Stop making the bomb.
The last remnants of humanity's pre-industrial past exist here in these mountains. This is the last of it on the planet. For some Papuans, these rockets and mortars would have been their first contact with the outside world. Chinese drones, Serbian mortars, and Belgian rockets. Globalization has truly reached the Star Mountains. A culture and people obliterated by showers of burning steel screaming from the sky, wiped out to balance the books of foreign arms companies and ease the way of industry that sees these people as nothing more than the cost of doing business.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure this guy had a real great time.
Most excellent. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
How to solve a problem like friendly Geordies.
What is that? God damn. I can't do it. I can't do another video like that again though. That was difficult to watch. For a lot of reasons. Here. You know what? We're gonna jam a little bit. Absolutely worth watching. Good night, Erica. Oh, wait. Good night, Zoomy dear. Sounds like a good plan, Valhalla Vidya.
The corpse regards you. The spell's power waning.
Get going. Don't waste a step.
What's that? Seems simple enough.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Hello and welcome to Baldur. Now, kindly, get all your stuff.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
A true soul. Right. Welcome to Baldur.
Your mind lurches, breathing sudden music.
Or whatever you want to call it. It's your town now. Garbage. Everything here is ours.
Ah, glad you've emerged. situation. It's incredibly, world-shatteringly important you give me a suitable artifact. Please. You don't quite appreciate the urgency. I've been dreaming of our enigmatic victory. Given the magnitude of what we're up against, I see no harm in considering the benefit this offers. Any opportunities for us to indulge our tadpole. That is most gratifying to hear. May I? Thank you. That hit the spot. I can feel it work. The magic, it's like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside. A metaphorical demon, I hasten to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters.
And you got nothing.
It's not so bad once you get used to it. And, plus side, my tower in Waterdeep has never been so free of clutter. Sincerely though, I understand I ask a lot from you with few answers in return. But in time, all will be told.
How we doing, chat? How y'all doing?
My lady, I bow to your boundless kindness.
Vibin'? Hell yeah. We chillin', we vibin'. We vibin'. If we got any other oh, Rick and Morty song. I'll do that. Also, is Chris Chapman good or bad? I have never watched a Chris Chapman video, but I notice he's a guy who does videos on like different ideologies that have millions of views. So I'm wondering if any of you have watched his videos yet. Ooh, Salmon Moose, if you want to link that, I'd watch that. It's a voice podcast.
Magic is what I've experienced here at Open Sauce, and this is Taylor. Hey, Taylor.
Hi, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too. Computed axial lithography.
Yes, it's a magical technique. It's what's called a volumetric process. So most 3D printing processes build up layer by layer.
I'm very familiar with those.
Yes,
obviously.
of course. We do something a little magic. We do volumetric printing. So we form every part of our geometry all at once. Because it happens, we print very, very fast because we're forming the whole part at once.
Right, you're doing it, and it's not like, okay, traditional additive, if we think about an FFF process, we're forming the first layer and we're going up in Z or Z. You were just like, I'm just going to print it all at once.
Yep, it's just going to be there. We're just going to form it. So for example, I have a little space shuttle in here. This was made in 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
20 seconds. So we don't need time to, like move the layer up or like
what?
Because we just do everything at once. So everything is very fast.
It is a viscous resin that's been oxygenated, and it spins as a projector is throwing 2D images with 3D information in it.
Yes, yes, it's actually
that's
pretty
fucking
simple in
crazy.
There's three main parts of it. So our first one is our material. It's a viscous material because we don't have any support structures. So we're printing in the material, and the support is the liquid itself.
The liquid is the support, so it has to be viscous enough to be support.
Yep. So it's like molasses, and there's a way to get around that, but we can talk about it later. That's a little interesting. And so the next component is very simple. That was just rotation. We're just rotating it. And then the third one is the projector. So that's all we need for hardware. It's just material, rotation, projector. Those are the three things.
That seems really simple,
right?
Yes. But it seems like a very advanced process because I'm having a hard time thinking about how you're doing 2D projection with 3D information and building a volume at once.
Yeah.
You know, my heart and soul is in the additive process, which historically has been something that is additive. It is added to. It's almost like a tesseract. It's the 3D representation of 4D space.
Yes, it's kind of like that. Yeah. It's the 2D representation of 3D space. That's where all our magic comes into, is the projection, the actual image that we're putting into this file. And that's very similar to medical imaging techniques. So at the core of this technology was called tomography. That's the core of the CT scan.
Oh.
We kind of describe it as a CT scan in reverse. So we're starting with like a theoretical model, and where they're moving it into 3D space. In CT, you have a 3D person, and you're going to like a 3D model.
It sort of helps a little bit, but it's still really weird to have to, like, bend my brain around it just a little bit.
Yeah, because we think in 2D space with additive manufacturing all the time. So you look at this and like people keep asking us, so you're like, oh, you make it from the in out, or like you're making layers. We're like, no, we're truly printing we're giving the proper dosage to start making this part at every part of its geometry. It's really getting formed all at once.
T, Earl Grey, decaf.
Now you said 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Obviously, this is a small volume here. How big do you think this can go?
Sure. So the biggest we've done so far is in a 6-inch diameter vial, and we've made parts about 4 to 5 inches in there, and that's still very quick. We made those in about I think 2 minutes, but we theorized that we could go up to half a meter to a meter. And like I said, everything scales pretty uniformly, except for the time. It still stays pretty low. We have to increase our projector power a little bit. We have more liquid. We have to calibrate it a little bit more. But we could probably make, like, let's say a 0.3 meter part in still probably like 3 or 4 minutes.
3 or 4 minutes?
It's still fast, because once again, everywhere is getting the dosage at once. So no matter how big or small, everywhere in there is still getting the light dosage to start polymerizing.
This is amazing.
It's magic. I still can't believe it. I mean, I've worked with this for like 2 or 3 years now, and I still can't believe it works.
Now, you're at UC Berkeley, right?
We're a research group out of UC Berkeley. We're a mechanical engineering lab. There's about 8
That's
of us.
so fucking
4
cool.
undergrads. This started with Professor Hayden Taylor. He's a really great guy.
I wish
First
Archangel was
paper
here
got
for this.
research
I
came
know
out in
he'd go
2019, so it's a
nuts
pretty new
for this.
process, too.
I would love to come by and see your lab.
Yeah, we do really fascinating stuff here. So the one we have today is just one aspect of what we do there. So this is actually almost like a space printer. We tested this in zero gravity. So like I mentioned before,
We tested it in
part
zero
has to be
gravity.
supported by viscous
Just
material.
casually.
What if you want to use low viscosity material? The one easy answer to that is to get rid of gravity, because you don't have any buoyancy effects. Things won't sink or float. So we actually tested this on the Vomit Comet, and this is one of the 3D prints we printed in 20 seconds on the Vomit Comet. And this,
What?
That's fascinating.
As a space shuttle we made in zero gravity.
What?
But the cool thing about this is that this could only be made in zero gravity.
So you're okay, so this is a less viscous liquid.
That's
This is
so
almost like
fucking
viscosity
cool.
water, so we're getting pretty close to SLA. So we tried to print this in Earth gravity, and it just started to rise.
Same viscosity.
Same viscosity, same image, same everything. It started to like solidify, and it actually was really hot, so it started to rise.
Okay.
But same parts, same everything, printed in zero gravity. It's right there. So this part right there was only made possible by zero gravity. But one other interesting aspect about it is the materials. So we can print. These are kind of hard acrylic materials over there. These are a little bit.
Well,
softer
Hala
plastics
Vidya,
used
same.
in, like medical implants, like knee implants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can also print biomaterials. That's a really big aspect of this, because in normal bioprinting, if you have to do extrusion based, you can actually
You
like
need to go
tear the
outside?
gels or tear any cells in this.
I'm actually familiar with that because we highlighted that one time, and the bioprinting is
'Kay,
fascinating.
gotta
but
take
again,
the
it's a
dog out
tiny
again,
needle
folks.
In a tiny space. Yeah, you run the risk of tearing it.
You have to be very careful. But with us, like I said, we have no
This
movement.
is super
The parts
cool.
just
I'm gonna
forming
let it
all at once.
autoplay.
So this is very,
Be
very
back in a
good for
bit.
bioprinting. And then there's another interesting aspect on that that will actually be related to the space aspect, is that our sister lab. So we invented this process. It was UC Berkeley and Lawrence Livermore Labs that invented this process. I got a grant from NASA to test this on the space station in about 2 years, which is very exciting.
What?
The goal with that is that they're going to 3D print organs just experimentally at first, but the long-term goal is you would have organs made in space and brought back down to Earth with this process, which is very exciting.
I could have space organs inside me.
You could have space organs inside you, which would be very exciting one day, and I don't think that's too far off. I think
I'm geeking out about that just a little bit.
Isn't that really cool? Yeah, NASA's done some really cool initiatives like what can you make in space and use back on Earth, and bioprinting is just a huge one of them, and it's the same process, same thing, so it's very cool to see that.
Okay, this is fascinating, obviously, and we're going to want to find out more about this. We'll do our best to travel down at some point because everybody's going to want to see it, but look right there and tell everybody where they can go to find out more information about this.
Sure, so if you look up UC Berkeley computed axial lithography, it's a little bit complicated, but that will go for our lab. There's also a designing for nanomanufacturing, UC Berkeley. That's our website. You'll be able to find all our papers. We are making this open source. There is a GitHub link on there as well. Right now, mostly the software's on there, but about 6 months from now, this will all be completely open source. People will be able to get a parts list to start making these printers themselves.
Oh, that's fascinating. Well, listen, if you made this fire awesome, don't forget to hug each other more, fight for cause you believe in, print at zero G, and as always, high five. There it is. Hey, it's Joel. I'm in spring break, capital of the world, Grand Ledge, Michigan at 3D Ceram Cinto. And the reason I'm here is to talk about ceramics. Not just the porcelain that your grandmother has behind a glass case that you're not allowed to touch. We're talking about alumina and zirconia-based ceramics, technical ceramics, 3D printable ceramics, the kind of ceramics that can go inside your body to help your bones heal, or the kind of ceramics that can act as a heat shield for a spacecraft entering an atmosphere. And that's important because this poor mini Joel needs some protection. So let's go inside and talk 3D printing ceramics. I'm here with my friend David at 3D Ceram Cinto. Hey, man.
Hey, how are you, Joel?
I'm good. Well, I'm good. My little mini Joel, he's been better. So ceramics, I hear, while, like I said, not for my grandma's porcelain in a glass case, there's a technical ceramic category, and it could help us keep mini Joel safe.
Yes. So while we're talking about heat shields or protective ceramics, they are not thermally conductive, those types of ceramics. So you can use it as a protective device while you're re-entering the atmosphere, while you're traveling at extreme speeds, or while you're trying to protect something that's sensitive and needs thermal protection. So that's one of the many applications for ceramics.
Well, and these types of ceramics are 3D printable.
Yes.
So I have a machine right here next to us. Yes. It's capable of printing these ceramics. Can we go over the process of how this actually does it?
Absolutely. So what we'll talk about here is the 3D Ceram C101, and this is our laboratory version. So what this does is dispenses a ceramic in a resin, a photopolymer, and then recoats it. This will actually move forward, put a thin coat down, and then the laser up here will fire and cure a shape, and then this small platform descends and descends and descends, layer after layer, similar to your traditional original SLA printing.
Original, right. Because now when we talk about lots of MSLA and DLP resin-based 3D printers, there's a 405 nanometer light, and it emerges from the goo.
Right.
And so this descends into the goo.
Correct.
What's the reason for doing it that way?
So ceramics are very heavy for one reason, right? So ceramics are heavy, and if you were to try to pull it up out of the goo, it'd be fine for your small parts, your laboratory samples, maybe something as big as a tooth. But when you talk about immense parts like a heat shield or a larger ceramic piece, they get so heavy that they would start to delaminate from the build plate. Also, you would have an immense amount of supports that would be needed to hold it on.
That's a good point.
That's another problem. Cutting supports off a ceramic leaves either a vestige that's very hard to deal with, or you would also potentially chip the ceramic if you cut it off after sintering. And that goes into the processing.
Okay, and you said the laser's up above. So again, gravity is assisting you here.
Exactly.
And it's descending into the liquid goo. And
Right.
then up above, now this is a 405 nanometer laser, right?
Correct. So it's firing with enough power to get through the technical ceramic and resin to build it on the build plate or on the previous layer, right? So like your mono SLA is also 405 nanometers, but it doesn't fire at enough power through the screen to cure the ceramic.
That's what I was wondering, right?
Yes.
Because I know that, consumer-based, 405 nanometer, it's what a lot of the resins are out there that are designed for. And so I was like, well, then why is this way? It's like, it's the power. So that light source isn't enough to cure a technical ceramic.
Right.
It has to be a laser light that's doing it.
Yes, you can do it with a high-powered DLP as well, but it would have to be a very high light intensity. And the struggle with mono SLA is if you go up to that high light intensity, you start burning the screen. And the screens don't last very long at all.
You don't want to do that.
No, then if you've ever had to change the screen on your mono SLA, it's no fun.
I have, and it sucks.
It stinks.
Now, this has an encoder?
Yes, it's a recoder.
Recoder, I'm sorry, recoder.
So it coats, and then it goes back, and you get a nice even layer of ceramic, and then it goes back and recoats, getting the precise layer thickness that you're looking for.
What is that thickness?
50 microns.
That's not a lot.
That's the half of a human hair.
That's really not a lot. And the recoater, like I have a silicone spatula, and I recoat the pan of eggs as I'm scooping it. But I would imagine at a technical level, how does it maintain that 50 micron height? What is in the recoater that's actually doing this?
Right. Attached to this red thing, there'll be a metal blade, and then you'll see this is actually moving on a block of granite.
Like countertop granite.
Right. So this doesn't move. You see the laser is mounted to that same piece of granite.
Oh my gosh, this is granite. I didn't realize this is granite too.
It doesn't move relative to this, so that laser is incredibly precisely located. So you can print details down to 60 microns in layer thicknesses of 50 microns, making incredibly detailed parts. So when you're building your gyroid, when you're building something like a dental piece or a bone, you can have very fine meshes that the bone can then grow into. When you're building a gyroid, you can make a very fine gyroid structure.
Wow, that's just neat. I love hearing that, and it boggles my mind that this is like granite countertops. When you think of granite,
Yes. So your granite countertop would be about that thick. This is substantial industrial grade piece of equipment. This is not a household piece of equipment. These are expensive, a little bit more expensive.
You're not serving breakfast on this granite.
The precision that we can achieve with this is unparalleled in the industry. So the other interesting thing with a continuous laser, if you need a really precise line that you're drawing with that laser, as opposed to a DLP, is forming pixels, right?
Oh, right.
So those pixels are little squares. So as you're drawing a line with a screen, you're actually forming a linear stepping of a bunch of little stepped pixels.
I understand. I know where you're going with this.
Right. So as you get bigger, the pixels become more pronounced. So if you were to make a bigger format, you would just have a bunch of very, very visible pixels.
Oh, that's not good, because you're not machining ceramics. What you get is what you get, right?
Right. So the continuous line, the continuous
Hello.
laser makes a clean, continuously flowing shape that is then, for very, very small parts, it's important because you can get very fine detail.
Hello.
For large parts, you can get very consistent detail without the little notches. Again, ceramics don't like sharp edges.
Okay. How you doing, everybody? I don't know. How invested are you guys in this video? Oh, Kyryu, I thought you had to go. Welcome back. About 4 out of 10. Oh, I'm sorry, 10-letter name. We vibing? Hell yeah. We actually have 69 people watching right now total across all our platforms. Nice. That's actually very surprising for like almost 4 a.m. on a Sunday. You should all be going to bed right now. Okay? All of you people out there. This has been your scolding from your mom. It's only 6:30 p.m. on a Monday. You need your rest. You know what? At this point, I think I'm just gonna play Baldur's Gate with a little bit of jam in the background.
Hey, what up? It's me, Joe.
Says there's a cellar here somewhere.
I don't see one.
These are just straight up jams. I really like the takes on all these soundtracks. His sunglasses are 8-bit? Yeah. I'm freaking adorable. No, you. We are both adorable. I gotta say, walking into a room and just seeing that it is introduced as the Blighted Village seems bad. Anyway.
It is, as they say, empty.
Best avoid that trap.
Is this coming to Xbox? I believe it is. But you're gonna have to wait, like another month for it, I think. I know you can get it on PS5.
They call for Susan. If only I knew where to find some.
Great.
What to do?
Ready and willing.
webs or I'll end up as a meal.
These boots have seen everything.
Elminster's not around. Step by step.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Very well.
Hmm.
Can't miss being an open view. Unnoticed. Good.
Unseen and unsightly. Well, that can't be good.
Shit. Alternatively,
Let's take a gander.
Oh shit, phase spiders. Okay. Die, spider! Almost got him. Killed that phase spider, baby.
Take things can't stay idle.
Yeah, also, I've been going for 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider dropping some subs and donos, and maybe also hitting the follow buttons and doing the social media stuffs. Oof.
Got to press on.
Lance board is set.
So much for peace.
Victory is assured.
Survival is all that matters. At the ready.
My wounds are too much to bear.
Oh, god damn it. What the hell? Oh my god. Please, please fucking stop. Jesus. There we go. Goddamn.
My faith will guide me. Still breathing, despite everything. Let's have a look.
Whoa. This place is, big. Yeah, big. Very big. Tokyo Ghoul is a banger. Ooh, autosave. Alright. I see you, game. Oh, Phase Spider Matriarch. Okay, cool. Cool, where's... Oh, my God. Alright. Well, how about we kill your offspring first? Oh no! Oh no no no! Oh no 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 no! Nah, we killing these bugs. Yeet! Ah, damn it. Heh 40 damage to the matriarch. Let's go! Oh, fuck. They can teleport too. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, no. Asterion. Oh, you about to get fucked up, dude. Okay. Well. Wow. Alright. Okay, I just realized that matriarch has so much HP, it's ridiculous. Luckily, this dumb spider keeps teleporting to high places and can be knocked down with relative ease. I am still going, Distron.
Let's go. One day, I'll catch a break.
Damn it. Oh my god, that 21 damage? Jesus. Oh god. Oh fuck. There are so many of them. Holy shit, dude. Alright. Well, maybe if I throw... Maybe if I use... I can't use the, spider egg sac, huh? Alright, Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-da-da, ba-ba. Oh my god. Oh my god. How? Okay, fine. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. See you, Valhalla Vidya. Hmm. In a bit of a pickle here, friendos. Damn. Damn it! Total party kill, baby. Hopefully not too far. I think we auto-saved when we went into these caves. Damn it. I was so close to beating it too. So fucking close. I didn't think the spiders would be smart enough to go for like the killer hits on those PCs, but they did. And that kind of fucked my plan. Oh yeah, okay. Awesome. So actually we just go back to the start of this encounter. Which also... We'll have Gale climb this. We'll get a sneak attack on this spider. We are so back. Let's go! Fuck them up! Get fucked! Get fucked, the giant spider! Oh, and we even get a free turn after that. Nice. Oh, nice. Arcane Recovery. Level 2. Nice. Okay, we actually have a spell out of Gale this time. Huzzah! Spider Matriarch! Get fucked! That's right, we get a surprise round, motherfuckers!
Stay focused. Got to press on.
Ooh, yeah! This is some victory music. Get dunked. 56 damage, bro.
No choice but to keep going.
Malachi, the stream is still fucking on. Let's go. Wow, that only did 9 damage? Fuck you.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
What's the command for finding your own logs? I don't know if we have that command. Why do you ask, Cleaver? Ow, fuck. Get dunked! Yeah, I am not up on all the commands for the website to this day. So maybe Irked could help you? Erica? Maybe? Alright, 6 HP, let's go! Damn it! Damn it! Ah, fuck. We just need to get, like, a couple more good hits on this thing. For the love of God. Hell yeah! Spider Queen dead, baby! The prisoner's robe. Clothing. When the wearer casts a spell that deals poison damage, it deals an additional 1d4 poison damage. Ooh. Found in the Spider Queen's stomach, this robe emanates a sour smell and stings to the touch. Sounds like something that should be put on my body. Fuck that spider. Fuck that spider indeed. And fuck this spider too.
Have to keep going. Can't afford to let up.
And push. Get fucked. Now die! Excellent. Whew! That was a tough fight. I think that was my first true, like, oh shit, this is like undoable fight. Alright, also we're gonna kill all these phase spider eggs. Ooh, a dark amethyst.
I wonder what's down there.
It's mine. All mine. You can't shake the feeling that darkness seeps out of this heavy orb-like stone. Excellent. I believed in you, Jack. I knew you could do it. Hell yeah, I can. I can do anything. Sometimes. Good night, Spectral Pyre.
A little help, please.
Ooh, I really like this.
No traps, please.
Press on.
Hey, Paladin. Yeah, I'm still up. I know. Oh, I think my dog really has to go. Hello, nerds. Howdy, folks. If there isn't a trans rapper named the Notorious HRT, that's a huge missed opportunity. I agree, derps McGurps. Also, sorry, Twitch chat. Due to how everything's being configured right now, I've not been able to see you for quite some time. How hard it might be to mod this game for actual D&D games? I don't know. Always seemed to be kind of the plan for Larian. Hello, Kyryu. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, lot of apples. Hello, Erica. Hello, Zoop. Hello, Megaspell. Hello, Distron. So Twitch chat is busted? No, I just had a different screen covering Twitch chat. Because, I don't know, I need like 20 bajillion monitors, I guess. And I only have 3, which is far less than 20 bajillion. I'm very tired, chat. I did not intend to stream for 7 hours. But my anxiety has been going strong the entire time. So, you know, it's, you know, might not have intended it, but sometimes I can't help it. I look sleepy? I am sleepy. I have to, unfortunately, I can't let this dog sleep on her bed because when I wake up, there's a decent, like 50 to 75% chance that there's going to be a poop on my floor. And I'd rather that floor be on, you know, tile instead of carpet. Anyway, if you guys have enjoyed today's stream, I know it's been weird and not my typical fare, but I hope you still had fun. I hope you enjoyed your stay. And I will be back tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean today. Thank you all for coming and keeping me company while I just have existential dread. It's a chill time. I'm glad. I've been having a good time. Maybe next time we'll just play Baldur's Gate without the background noise, but y'all are really wonderful. Thanks for being here. All right, we are going to raid into Real Rad Hom. 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 All right. See ya.